towards New Jersey and New York, saying that everyone had their pet projects in it, that it wasn't narrowly focused enough. So now the shoe is essentially on the other foot, and I think we're hearing from a lot of critics saying, well, these Texas senators who blocked before, now they're coming to the federal government with their hand out. But the reality is this is good. And the real test for the federal government is...
And another breaking news over Japanese territory into the sea. There's no attempt to have agreed on an action plan to would involve tackling people. The German leader procedures and development. Of murder and conspiracy to murder in a story of alleged cannibalism that has gripped the police, saying he was tired of eating human flesh. Cope those in need. In northern India has been sentenced to 20 years in jail. On Friday, clashes between followers of Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh and security forces left 38 people dead. Thousands of police have been deployed to the region where his movement is based amid further fears of unrest. From there, Justin Rolat reports.
The town where the controversial self-styled guru is being held was under strict lockdown today. The normally flamboyant God-man was subdued as the... After the explosion of violence that followed his conviction, the Indian authorities say they are taking no chances. 16,000 paramilitary...
fully trained. Whatever the directions are given, we'll implement it. Okay.
Guru Ram Rahim is a charismatic and controversial figure. He stars in his own movies and has millions of followers. Many devotees and they regard as a living saint.
Does it matter that he's in jail? A guru is always a guru.
Tonight, the Guru's temple complex is effectively under siege, surrounded by 15,000 authorities try to
now, and the rains hitting Texas, which Laura, I was talking to somebody from the Red Cross. But for many people there,
but of course we do have a changing of is moisture, because that tropical storm been a storm to keep going, aided climate change, but you can see that arriving to move a hurricane off a city. Colorado River break. This could be the future, but this is most certainly
on the more immediate problem tonight.
So rather than getting ready to show it to prospective owners and go back there and sleep So yes, tonight there are many people in shelters, not just here.
The magnitude and the emotional. Do go to the BBC website where you'll get constant updates. I'm Jane O'Brien. Thank you for watching BBC World.
One day after flew across the sky for miles, will trickle into, and you were ready for it.
Hello there. Tropical Storm Harvey remains the big world weather story. Also spreading further east along the severe and threaten the south across Costa Rica and Panama. Across the river plates of South America. Some transport problems further north and east. On Wednesday, just a bit of cloud close to the coast. A few showers for the northwest of Africa. The Middle East area with some spells of very heavy rain in portions of Pakistan. Monsoon downpours continuing to pile into the west coast of India. Heavy rain continues across the Philippines to the south of Japan. It's of an old tropical storm. With flooding. A few heavy thundery downpours continue. Wind here as well. There's a new southwest. But an area south of New Zealand. Of thunder should be mainly fine in
and the Manchester big names. Join me, John Bennett, on BBC World News every
currently in the UK lawfully. serious offer. Mr. Juncker, are you getting a clear idea of the kind of Brexit that the
achieve the best possible outcome and the strongest
picking? Follow the Brexit negotiations on BBC World News.
It's Newsday on the BBC. I'm Rico Hizon in Singapore. Our top stories. North Korea fires a missile that passes over northern Japan. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe says he'll make utmost efforts to protect the public. Catastrophic flooding in Texas forces thousands of people into shelters. President Trump warns it will be a long and difficult road to recovery.
We've pledged our full support as Texas and Louisiana battle and recover from this very devastating and historic storm. There's probably never been anything like this.
I'm Babita Sharma in London, also in the programme. A 20-year sentence is handed to a popular guru for rape as troops remain on high alert in northern India. And Pope Francis announces he will...
Live from our studios in Singapore and London. This is BBC World News. It's Newsday.
Glad you could join us. We start off with a breaking news development. Over the last hour, North Korea has fired a missile that passed over northern Japan. We've had no word from Pyongyang, but according to the Japanese broadcaster NHK, the missile broke into 3 pieces which fell into the Sea of Hokkaido, the northernmost of Japan's main islands. So Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said he would do all in his power to protect the public. Earlier, the Japanese government issued a warning to people living in the northern part of the country to take precautions against a possible missile. Well, the South Korean military has also commented, saying it tracked an unidentified missile fired from a location near the North Korean capital of Pyongyang, which flew in an easterly direction. And we'll be bringing you more on this.
And as Rico said, more on that to come. But I'll... Search and rescue show the effect of the most powerful
family. Authority has been overwhelmed. He smashed into this. Called for help all night, but no one answered. With a boat. They say they called 911 and there was no answer, but all over Texas, isn't it? Was warmly welcomed. You must be grateful to
really touching. In moments like this, we all need
boats buzz up and down the river. This situation is developing very quickly. Was to cling on and call for help. In Houston, soldiers from the National Guard.
It is a historic amount of water in particular. As you know, have helping
struggling. Thousands of people have made it to safety. but the waters keep on rising, and the Lone Star State is swamped. James Cook, BBC News, Houston.
And we return now to our lead story, where North Korea has fired a missile that has passed over northern Japan. Let's get the latest now from our reporter in Seoul, South Korea, Yugita Lamay. And Yugita, what more can you tell us about this latest development?
Well, the South Korean military here is saying that this is a missile that was launched early this morning, that it flew over Japan and that it broke into a few pieces and landed in the waters. This is also what we're hearing from Japanese media, and the Japanese government has confirmed that the missile did indeed fly over their territory. The Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, has said that he's going to do everything to protect the country from this grave threat, but has called it unprecedented. And this would, Rico, be seen as a very serious escalation from North Korea, because, if you remember, about 2 weeks ago, they made a threat of attacking the U.S. Pacific island of Guam. And at that time, they had said they would fire 4 missiles that would fly over Japan and land into the waters around Guam. Now, just on Saturday as well, actually, North Korea conducted 3 short-range missile tests, but those were conducted in a northeastern direction. The U.S. military said that those launches failed, and, they didn't appear to be, provocative in the sense that they were actually fired in a direction away from any of the places that they had been targeting. And even the test that they held in July, the intercontinental long-range ballistic missile test that they conducted, 2 of them in July, even those, actually they put them on a trajectory which did not pass over Japan. So this is going to be seen as a serious escalation. And what I'm just seeing right now is that the Pentagon in the US has also said that in the last 90 minutes North Korea has conducted missile launches, and we're waiting to hear U.S. military.
North Korea will experience its fire and fury if indeed this tensions is heightened and if they fire more missiles.
Well, that is right. And, the fact that UN sanctions were passed against North Korea and stricter UN sanctions, it triggered a war of words between Washington and Pyongyang. And, the statement that President Donald Trump made was a part of that war of words. But what we've actually seen over the past week, we haven't seen as much rhetoric coming from North Korea, which to some extent signaled that perhaps, things were cooling down. In fact, last week, Donald Trump said, Kim Jong-un has finally started respecting us. Even the Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, had said that he thinks that diplomacy is finally beginning to work and North Korea is beginning to back off. But clearly, this latest missile test that they've conducted, is certainly not an indication that they're backing off, especially given the fact that it has flown over the territory of Japan. It will be seen as a very serious threat. At the moment as well, the U.S. and South Korean forces are conducting military drills, which they do every year, in August. And at this time, we also always see some kind of provocation from North Korea. Last year, shortly after these drills, North Korea actually conducted a nuclear test.
Thank you so much for the update. In Seoul, South Korea, Yugita Lamay. And joining us now from Washington is Doug Powell, Director of the Asia Program at the global think tank Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Mr. Powell, thank you so much for joining us. What do you make of this latest launch of North Korea over northern Japan? Is this act, in your view, more provocative than previous short-range missile launches?
It's clearly more provocative. It's not outside the range of things they were threatening to do in response to the command post exercise Ultra-Freedom Guardian that's taking place in South Korea now. The earlier firing of 3 missiles into the area of waters east of Korea seemed to be a very modest step in light of the degree to which they've been trying to draw attention to themselves. And so more details need to be known about the technical aspects of this. But flying over Japan and emboldening themselves to do something as risky as that is going to really upset U.S., Japan, Korea considerably.
And Mr. Paul, the Japanese military did not attempt to shoot down the missile, which passed over Japanese territory. What should have been done here? Did the Japanese military do the right move?
Well, I believe so, because from the description so far available of the altitude and range of the firing, which meant that the missile went all the way out to almost the midpoint of the Pacific, it would have passed over Japan at a height that would not have been one where they could intercept the missile. The defenses in Japan are designed to fight against incoming missiles, not missiles that are passing at high altitude overhead.
And what kind of reaction are you expecting now from the United States, especially President Donald Trump?
Well, the good news is they did not fire them at Guam, which would have called to account his promise to respond vigorously. So we don't have an automatic quid pro quo to be considering. However, it does embarrass, I think, Secretary of State Tillerson, who had tried to encourage North Korean caution and reward them for not having done something like this up to last week in the aftermath of Trump's threats. So now we're back to what do we do to convince them we're serious? We in the West are serious about the concern we have on this threat. How do you express that? How do you find means to put pressure on North Korea? Those are all very frustrating diplomatic challenges.
Indeed, very frustrating. Thank you so much for your insights. Doug Paul, Director of the Asia Program at the global think tank Carnegie Endowment for International Peace.
In India, a cult-like figure followed by hundreds of thousands has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for raping two of his worshippers. Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who is known as the Guru of Bling, was found guilty last week, triggering large-scale riots in which 38 people died. Justin Molat reports.
Too late, and they would have. The Indian authorities say they police and troops have been. This is where the vast.
Are you? We are.
He stars in his own movie. Despite the rape, living saint.
Are all false.
Under siege, surrounded to be fit. What happens? BBC News.
Stay with us as we bring you more on our breaking news this hour. With the news that North Korea has fired on that to come.
He's the first. And he accepts exactly 4. They have a dream.
Glowing disc that's brighter than anything save the moon, our neighbouring planet.
An important milestone.
It'll take months.
So it was with great to set the clock going.
He's on in Singapore.
Within the last hour, Japan to the sea.
As the region continues to be hit with the tradition is appearance meeting on Monday. Let's now take a look at some of the truth. China and Bhutan have Singapore's language problems. There is now a softening of the community. Punish anyone who mocks or parodies up to 15 days in jail.
The Vatican has announced Muslim Rohingya people. Thousands of Muslim Rohingyas have fled their homes in recent days as deadly violence has erupted between the army and Rohingya insurgents. Many have escaped the border between Rakhine State and Bangladesh, but are being turned away there by the bodyguards. The fighting has already left more than 100 people dead.
Military Gulimaji did a Wawo Morigo. I had a Kibir Kayum. Arajagar were both Bosorban, Arabab, Mojid Hatkuri Rumului. A Barmamazi, British job, British Davanare, you Darbaba, Aradia Raside, you Dabada Gunavari, Barma Hadin, Arabaji. Two Arabaman Novil, Wangare, Laura Hade, Gulimare, Arbadar Gulino Harid, Yan Lavide. Danbate vola food to Murgi Danbate vola Arab Bangladesh.
The situation there in Rakhine State in Myanmar. A nurse serving a life sentence for murdering 2 patients in Germany is now a suspect in at least 84 other murder cases. Niels Hogel was convicted and jailed 2 years ago for giving lethal drug injections to intensive care patients. If found guilty, it could make him Germany's worst post-war killer. Jenny Hill has more.
They trusted him with their lives, but he killed patient after patient. In 2015, Niels Hogel was jailed for 2 murders. Today, police revealed they have evidence he killed around 90 other people in his care. And they suspect, though they can't prove, he murdered dozens more.
If the clues had been duly investigated at the time, even in Delmenhorst Hospital, then the deaths of many patients, in our opinion, could have been prevented.
Hogel's apparent motive? To impress his hospital colleagues. He would overdose patients, triggering a heart attack, and then resuscitate them. Hard to imagine such a deadly pattern could go unnoticed.
The current circumstances lead to the conclusion that the former management was aware that Niels H. had an awful and deadly impact on patients.
Tonight, difficult questions. Who suspects post-war Germany's deadliest serial
train the local grannies how to protect themselves while improving their fitness, and they are loving it.
I will punch.
Gonna go on. And there's more me instead of meat.
A lot. Asthma, high blood.
Support.
Man.
Few minutes, the Pentagon have released a statement confirming Manning, who said, "We assess that saying that they will do their utmost to protect them." It has passed over Japan and 550. Keep you updated on this breaking news. Stay with us here.
Hello, the usual monsoon by the remnants of the west, so the ferocity across downpours of rain with the risk of flooding for the Maldives and some lively of late across the northeast of India, Bangladesh. Central Asia, things are pretty quiet. Over the mountains in the Ashgabat, 30, for the most part in Astana, but increasingly cloudy. Some heavy downpours in Delhi and Chennai and Colombo. All
seems to be
company. I thought they'd probably object to it, so I didn't tell them for 6 months after I founded Gene Quest. I sometimes get treated like, but as a result, people remember me more.
Nawal first moved into this flat in the 1960s. She hasn't lived here for over 20 years.
You've still got electricity.
She fled in the face of fundamentalist death threats. A decade before that, the police came here to arrest her.
We have to put the light.
Detained in a sweeping operation.
It is a bird.
This is where I wrote most of my work. I sat here for years, 30 years on this desk. My small bed, because and live with the husband. The husband come and lives with me, you know. And when I don't need him, I tell him, go away.
Sharma. Our breaking news story this hour: North Korea has fired a missile that has passed over northern Japan. The missile crashed into the sea off Japan's eastern coast. The Pentagon has confirmed that it is assessing the situation. It's being seen as a serious escalation of tensions in the region. Catastrophic flooding in the U.S. state of Texas is expected to worsen in the coming days as waters rise following Tropical Storm Harvey. To bring you from North Korea.
This report. Asia.
As Tropical Storm Harvey wreaks havoc in the oil production hub in the and feeling this homegrown oranges. Gulf of Mexico coast made landfall last Friday in Houston, which is the heart of the U.S. energy sector, and because of the storm. Here's how the prices of Harvey impacted the energy industry. Wanda, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. And directions. One headed value chain, and so the supply, the barrels is going to cause shortage. Could this put more actually have a knock-on through but they may need to look gasoline prices because of I think if we see a long shutdown in the Texas region, that could put prices up slightly here in countries like Singapore. Products such as jet fuel and gasoline. But the potentially U.S. refineries being if you get something from Asia, you've got to put it on a ship. It's just that it's not in optimal places. I do think that we're going to see oil productive, and we can see oil higher over the next. On now to Australia, which several drinks. homegrown food. From China.
Grown under the... But however fast they're picked, there's just... expect their juice to be made with Aussie.
Last time you saw one of these?
No.
More orders for fruit.
Storm over the oranges for juice, led by China.
Had massive demand for season. They were sucked. Never thought we'd do whole oranges.
Biggest, hungriest customer.
For Asia, that
were hit with an import. Argue the best way forward is to
For them something they know in wine markets. There's a story to tell.
which seems to have put the squeeze.
Shortage that may seem peculiar since it's the world's largest archipelago, and many would assume that all that seawater
Indonesia uses around 4.1 million tonnes of salt. 780,000 tonnes are used in households. The rest by industries. Production is not meeting this demand. There's a shortage of 2.2 million tonnes. That's around the weight of 550,000 Sumatran elephants or 15,000 blue whales. So what's gone wrong?
The weather last year was quite extreme. That had an impact on local production. Still to improve our capability, let alone quality.
But it's not just Mother Nature that's being blamed. Indonesia's Minister of Maritime Affairs is suggesting cartels may be behind it. Authorities have uncovered cases where importers brought in more than they could process and sold them to consumers instead of industries that need them more.
The salt shortage there in Indonesia. Before we go, here's a quick look at the markets. And as you can see on our market board screen, a divergence once again in the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the Nasdaq Composite Index. The Dow lower by 5 1/4, but the tech-laced Nasdaq Composite Index gaining 17 1/3. And this is because energy shares and bank shares weighed on the major benchmarks. Thank you so much for investing your time with us. I'm Rico. He's on. Sport Today is up next.
Asia Business Report is sponsored by AccorHotels.com.
These days, there are many places to stay, but how can you avoid unwanted surprises? With AccorHotels.com, you'll always make the right choice at the guaranteed best price. We have thousands of hotels and resorts available every night, from ultra-luxury to great value economy properties. Join our award-winning Le Club Accor Hotels program and enjoy instant benefits. Book now on AccorHotels.com. Download the Accor Hotels app and always feel welcome.
Luca Fulin is the son of a prominent hotel owner here. It's very nice to see the
Venetian. Yes, I'm feel proud and the demographic 20,000 living here. Traditional and
now
local product. It goes a lot of people are living, but the last years in living
by race, color, religion, and
Race and religion count.
we expect
Sport Today is sponsored by Sony Bravia.
Center. Coming up on this program, out in the first round, Maria Sharapova takes second most expensive. There is more than just his legs, trust me. Hello and welcome to the who was also made the semi-finals of Wimbledon just last month, but 24-year-old Serbian in the world made it just New York, the 23-year-old China's Duan.
Never really played very. So, people might think that, but players that, you know,
second round, but did it a little harder with a 7-5, 7-5. Months after being stabbed in her hand by an
to get to play with her. I know that she didn't really which I think I took my chances in the ends of the sets.
Three sets to see off Slovakia's Victoria in the coming half an hour as a the American tennis Sangren in his first match. Moving to cricket, where Moeen Ali helped England. The tourists require a further 3. Patrick Geary was watching in Leeds.
Summer long, it's been an absorbing to make 72 before he was caught. Grafted for by Ben Stokes. Away, he was caught on the back. Then Milan went bold and Bairstow went to a very poor shot, reverse sweeping. He made 84 beautiful runs by Chris Wokes at 9, who made his out before the close with a lead of 321 before the West Indies innings. They didn't take any wickets.
Spinner, I think you always look like you're going to bowl, hopefully. And then when it's overcast, it's not as
you as he tries to spin out the West Indies tomorrow?
I think so. I mean, after dropping that catch first thing.
Staying with cricket news. 9 wickets remaining, heading into day 3 of the first test against Australia. Shakib Al Hassan took figures of 5 for 68 as his side dismissed the tourists for 217 in their opening innings. The hosts lost the wicket of Sumya Saka towards the end of the day as they closed on 45 for 1. On to football news, and Barcelona have presented $75 million for Neymar, who's vacated. Expensive player in. Another player leaving the German Bundesliga is to pay the buyout clause. Leipzig player, they twice been rebuffed with big offers. The World Cup has begun its journey to host nation Russia. Until his retirement. The 2014 US where she had and was part of the victorious USA team. NBA franchise Houston Rockets relief fund after the terrible natural disaster. And the East. Now, just to remind you that 7th seed. What may tell.
Sport Today is sponsored by Sony Bravia.
Have already recorded over a metre of rain. The heavy downpours also and dangerous weather will go on across the southern portions of the US. dry and with temperatures above average for the time of year. In fact, in LA, to a tropical storm which could then threaten the Baja California Peninsula later. 24 degrees in San Jose. Transport problems further north and east, much of Brazil dry with some sunshine. South Africa looking mainly fine on Wednesday, just a bit of cloud close to the coast. A few showers for the northwest of Africa, but for central portions of the continent, more heavy downpours with a risk of flooding. Coastal areas of Oman, that's not particularly unusual. Elsewhere, largely fine. Of India, likely to turn quite wet during Wednesday afternoon. Monsoon downpours continuing to pile in by southwards towards Kerala. Further east, the showers a little bit more scattered, more in the way of dry weather in between the flooding here. We're watching a tropical storm well to the south of Japan. That's tropical storm continuing to trundle westwards across southern China, Vietnam and then other parts of Southeast Asia. That could bring some issues with flooding. A few heavy thundery downpours continue across the southwest of Australia, 19 degrees in Perth, a fairly blustery wind here as well. Mainly fine conditions across the southeast, although with some cloud into some areas of New South Wales through Canberra and down towards Melbourne. Available online.
In Karnataka.
My name's Spencer.
There's 155 kids here from grades 1 through to 7 and a whole bunch of dedicated teachers. And this is how they start their day. Over in Vijaya Nayak's classroom, things are a little more serious. At the back of the projector there's an Android device which is plugged in and is running videos on. But then they're dubbed in different dialects, different languages, depending on where. It is a great team. There isn't.
Earlier it would be difficult to teach due to power cuts. We would get electricity in the mornings, but
a solar panel on the roof. That classes don't have to be interrupted or cancelled if the power cuts out.
Source of generating electricity.
So with this, actually students can get a better education through audiovisual thing, and also there was no problem of electricity. So anytime teachers can take their students to the classroom, they can teach through this medium.
Selco and other NGOs they work with pay for half of the cost of installing the projector and solar system. The other half comes from local schools or local government.
How important is the projector?
Before this project came into usage, we had very few students. But since we have started using the solar power, our number of students has increased in a good way. We have students coming to us from different villages to learn. And not only students, we have other schools coming down to our institute for smart classes. The smart class is a good way of teaching kids these days. They seem to enjoy and learn more than usual. After we introduced Smart Class, our school stands proudly in the educational sector. We plan to grow larger as the years pass by.
Cool.
The same system is already in hundreds of rural schools, and they're aiming to add hundreds more this year. 1/4 of India's rural population lives below the official poverty line. That's 216 million people whose livelihoods could be improved by the addition of basic facilities like electricity. And of course, one key way of helping people out of poverty is education. For the times of the full-length Click this weekend, check out our website, bbc.com/click.
With the BBC News app, our vertical videos are designed to work around your lifestyle, so you can swipe your way through the news of the day and stay up to date with the latest headlines you can trust. Download now from selected app stores.
This is Newsday on the BBC. I'm Rico Hizon in Singapore. Our top stories. North Korea fires a missile that passes over northern Japan. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe says he'll make utmost efforts to protect the public. Catastrophic flooding in Texas forces thousands of people into shelters. President Trump warns it will be a long and difficult road to recovery.
We've pledged our full support as Texas and Louisiana battle and recover from this very devastating and historic storm. There's probably never been anything like this.
And Babita Sharma in London, also in the programme. The 20th sentence is handed to a popular guru for rape as troops remain on high alert in northern India. And Pope Francis announces he will visit Myanmar as violence increases in Rakhine State, where refugees continue to flee.
Live from our studios in Singapore and London. This is BBC World News. It's Newsday.
Glad you could join us. It's 7 in the morning here in Singapore and 8 a.m. in Japan, where people in the north of the country are waking up to the news that a North Korean missile has flown over them in the last 2 hours. Fired from Sunan near Pyongyang in North Korea, it made its way towards the island of Hokkaido and landed in the sea 1,200 kilometers east of Cape Erimo. Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of Japan, has called it an unprecedented, serious and grave threat to his country. For the latest, let's cross over now to Tokyo, and we're joined by the BBC's Rupert Wingfield-Hayes. Rupert, is this the first time a missile has passed over Japan territory? What more can you tell us?
Well, it seems if this is a ballistic missile, if it's a military missile, then yes, this would be an unprecedented step for the North Koreans to do this. The North Koreans have fired rockets over Japan twice in the past, once in 1998 and once in 2009. But on those occasions, Pyongyang claimed that it was firing satellites, that these were civilian rockets and that they were launching satellites into space. So far, we haven't heard from Pyongyang about this launch, but it appears to be an intermediate-range ballistic missile, in which case this is a serious escalation by the North Koreans of their missile testing. We've seen lots of missile tests this year, but North Korea has up to today been very careful to fire very high trajectories so they landed in the Sea of Japan, didn't cross Japanese territory. Today, we have seen them break that and fly a missile over Japan.
And Rupert, the Japanese military, according to a statement, made no effort to shoot down the missile.
Yes, my understanding is that people across northern Japan woke up actually to sirens this morning because of course, when a launch happens, it's not immediately clear whether the missile is flying over Japan or towards Japan and might land in Japan. So missile warning sirens went off. Local people in certain parts of northern Japan were told to take cover. It then became clear that it was going over the top of Japan. And the Self-Defense Force, which does have anti-missile batteries in northern Japan, decided not to try and engage the North Korean missile, but to let it fly over and land in the Pacific.
And briefly, tell us about this island of Hokkaido, where the North Korean missile flew over.
Well, this is Japan's northern island. It's a very large island. It's more sparsely populated. So it is the far north of Japan. It's also in the past been a major centre for the Japanese military to base themselves and to practice because of more space up there. But essentially, it's just the big northern island of Japan.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for the latest update from Tokyo, Rupert Wingfield-Hayes.
Well, let's cross live to Washington now and speak to Doug Powell, who is the director of the Asia program at the global think tank Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Doug, thanks very much for joining us again. I just want to get your assessment of this situation.
Well, we seem to have had a choice between modest provocation and major provocation, and they chose the middle course in North Korea. They want to make the point that they're going to go ahead with their missile program and their nuclear weapons programs unhindered by foreign pressure. At the same time, they fell short of accepting the challenge of President Trump that if they were to launch missiles as threatened against Guam, American territory, that there would be fire and fury in response. So it's an incremental step. It's certainly important for Japan because we haven't had, as Rupert Wingfield-Hayes had just described, we haven't had ballistic missiles fired over Japan before. But I think Japan did the right thing. They alerted the people, but then realized the missile was not this time a threat to Japan and didn't choose to alert their anti-missile defenses to fire. But that time may still come. Meanwhile, the U.S. has not been provoked into launching some kind of reaction against North Korea. But at the same time, the U.S. has been reminded that the efforts by Secretary of State Tillerson and others to get North Korea to talk about their weapons program will be futile.
I just want to bring you up to date with the news lines that we're getting. The British Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson has called it reckless provocation, that he is outraged by this action taken by North Korea. We also know from Colonel Bob Manning, who has been speaking about what the Pentagon's response has been. All we know is that they are saying that they are assessing the situation, an official line coming from them. I mean, what do you think is now likely to happen in terms of how the US and its allies are going to react to this?
Well, my hope is that over time, not too much time, we will realize that trying to just lean on China to solve this problem is not going to be good enough. We're going to have to escalate our missile defenses and our covert operations, our missile capabilities, and perhaps even reintroduce tactical nuclear weapons to counterbalance what North Korea is trying to do, so that we can get them seriously to address the possibility of joining us in talks. They're not ready for that now. They want to test, and test to see that and to demonstrate to the world they have a capability that cannot be denied. And from that basis, they might be willing to join talks for us to dismantle our security arrangements in Northeast Asia at their behest. This is not going in a good direction. It's not calamitous tonight because they did not choose to launch missiles against Guam or any other American territory so far, but it's going in a bad direction.
Doug, we're grateful for your time. Thank you so much for the analysis. Doug Powell there from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Well, let's get more now on our other top story this hour, and that is the situation in Texas, where the authorities say that they are still very much in a search and rescue operation in the aftermath of Tropical Storm Harvey. Aerial pictures show the effect of the most powerful storm to have hit Texas in more than 50 years, and nearly 500,000 people are in need of help following severe flooding that's been caused by torrential rains, with 30,000 people left homeless temporarily in Houston. James Cook is there for us.
Wake up! Wake up! In Texas today, every stranger
is a friend. Exhausted, unable even to stand, but she's safe. All day long they have struggled to safety, family after family abandoning their homes to the water. Anything that would float became part of this makeshift armada. People here are pulling together, but many say they had no choice. They'd called for help, but no one came.
We've seen a couple of neighbors helping neighbors, or people that had some people come in and with boats, but not enough help.
And none from the authorities?
None from the authorities. The authorities have been basically useless.
And they have been overwhelmed by the scale of this crisis. 3 days after Hurricane Harvey smashed into their state, Texans are still struggling in its wake. In this suburb of Houston, they called for help all night, but no one answered. In the end, it wasn't police or firefighters who came to the rescue, but some friends with a boat. They say they called 911 and there was no answer, but you've answered their call.
Well, we just happened to be here, and we had a boat and a truck, so here we are.
And that's what's happening all over Texas, isn't it?
Yes, it is. All over Houston.
And in the cold and the rain, the helping hand was warmly welcomed. You must be grateful to these guys here.
Of course. Grateful to actually the whole community, seeing Houston being together, helping each other out. That's really touching. And I was telling my mom yesterday, I wish I actually had something to go out and help. In moments like this, we all need it.
Well, there is frenetic activity here as boats buzz up and down the river. This little vessel alone has rescued 30 people so far, and the situation is developing very quickly. On the rooftops of flooded houses, many more are still waiting to be rescued. In desperation, all they can do is to cling on and call for help. In Houston alone, more than 20 helicopters are flying rescue missions, but pulling people from the floods is delicate and it is dangerous. And as Texas brings in 12,000 soldiers from the National Guard to help, the state also has to prepare for a presidential visit.
It is a historic amount of water in particular. There's never been anything like it. So the people are handling it amazingly well, and the people of Texas, as you know, have really persevered. And when you watch the spirit and the enthusiasm and helping each other, the teamwork, it's really been something.
Texas is now saturated and it is struggling. Thousands of people have made it to safety, but the waters keep on rising, and the Lone Star State is swamped. James Cook, BBC News, Houston.
Just want to take you to the scene live now in Tokyo, as you can see there, where a conference is due to be held. We're not sure exactly who we're going to be seeing taking the stage there, but of course this will be in direct response to what has happened after North Korea fired a missile that's passed over Japan. The Japanese Prime Minister has been speaking about the situation, saying that it is an unprecedented, serious and grave threat, and is asking the UN to strengthen its pressure against North Korea. So as soon as we know what's happening there, we'll bring you that conference live here on BBC World News. Also making the news this hour, dramatic pictures from China of a landslide in the southwest of the country. 2 people have died and 25 are missing after a mountainside crumbled in Guizhou province. Landslides are a frequent danger in rural and mountainous parts of China, particularly after heavy rain. China says India has withdrawn troops from a disputed Himalayan border area, ending a tense standoff that's been lasting for a number of weeks. India's foreign ministry confirmed troops were disengaging at Doklam after an agreement between the two countries. Beijing said the Indian troops had been trespassing, and it was pleased that they'd pulled back to the Indian side. The EU's chief Brexit negotiator, Michel Barnier, has warned Britain that it's time to start negotiating seriously about leaving the EU. He's speaking ahead of the third session of face-to-face talks between the two sides. The Brexit Secretary, David Davis, said the negotiations needed to be flexible.
The Vatican has announced that Pope Francis will visit Myanmar this November as the violence there continues, involving the country's Muslim Rohingya people. Thousands of Muslim Rohingyas have fled their homes in recent days as deadly violence erupts between the army and Rohingya insurgents in Myanmar. Many have escaped to the border between Rakhine State and Bangladesh, but are being turned away by border guards. The fighting has already left more than 100 people dead. The BBC's Mir Sabir is at the Bangladeshi side of the border.
Hundreds of people sitting around me, all are Rohingya people who came from Myanmar. Some of them came 3 days ago, some of them came just this morning. Some brought their families with them, some left their families there. But this area is being called the 0 point, and the border guard of Bangladesh have cordoned off the area, restricting them from entering into the mainland. Despite the high alert of border guard, a few thousand Rohingyas have managed to come into Bangladesh and now living in some parts of Cox's Bazar. And also the border guard says they have sent back a few hundred Rohingyas into Myanmar. Most of the people living here are women, children and elderly people, and they are being given food by the locals here. Mir Sabir, BBC News, Gundum border, Bangladesh.
For his views, we're joined now by Matthew Smith, co-founder and CEO of Fortify Rights, a human rights organization. He joins me now from Bangkok. Mr. Smith, thank you so much for joining us. How disappointing is it that Rakhine State is experiencing this new round of violence right after Kofi Annan's report, which gave the people there a lot of hope?
This is hugely disappointing. There was, as you said, a tremendous amount of hope. Mr. Annan's recommendations were comprehensive. They were important. They covered a wide range of issues. And just hours later, the militant attack happened. And now, of course, the military is responding with typically brutal force against the civilian population. It's terribly disappointing.
So what needs to be done here, Mr. Smith? What should be the role of Aung San Suu Kyi in all of this?
Well, Aung San Suu Kyi, her power is limited by the fact that the military maintains a certain role in the political life of the country. But right now, her office is spreading dangerous propaganda about the situation in Rakhine State. Her office is continuing its knee-jerk denials of human rights violations and really drumming up a lot of anti-Rohingya sentiment. And this is profoundly irresponsible, very unhelpful.
So at this point, the statements coming from Aung San Suu Kyi's office and the developments in Rakhine State doesn't really resolve anything despite Kofi Annan's recommendations.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, in the last few months, we've documented Myanmar Army soldiers committing mass gang rape, mass killings, forcibly displacing tens of thousands of people. And we know right now there are tens of thousands of people running for their lives. Unfortunately, right now, the civilian government and the military are both part of the problem in Myanmar.
All right, we just saw a previous report. There are a lot of Rohingyas on the border with Bangladesh. Many of them have been turned back. What should Bangladesh do? What should be their role in all of this?
Well, Bangladesh is hosting 500,000 Rohingya refugees who have a very difficult time, however. But right now, the Bangladesh authorities have an obligation to provide some sort of protection to people that are coming across the border. Essentially, what they're doing is forcing people back into situations where they face imminent harm, persecution, and that policy needs to change immediately. And there are also some indications that the Bangladesh border guards may join forces with the Myanmar army. We're not certain that yes. will be helpful to anybody.
Matthew Smith from Fortify Rights joining us from Bangkok. Thank you so much for joining us. And you're watching Newsday on the BBC, live from Singapore and London. Still to come on the program. We'll have the latest on our breaking story this hour, North Korea's latest missile test, which has flown over northern Japan.
He's the first African-American to win the presidential nomination of a major party, and he accepts exactly 45 years ago to the day that Martin Luther King declared, "I have a dream."
As darkness falls tonight, an unfamiliar light will appear in the southeastern sky, an orange glowing disk that's brighter than anything save the moon, our neighbouring planet, Mars.
There is no doubt that this election is an important milestone in the birth of East Timor as the world's newest nation.
It'll take months and billions of dollars to repair what Katrina achieved in just hours.
3 weeks is the longest the great clock has been off duty in 117 years. So it was with great satisfaction that clockmaker John Vernon swung the pendulum to set the clock going again.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Newsday on the BBC. I'm Rico Hizon in Singapore.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Babita Sharma here in London. Our top stories. Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has said North Korea's launch of a missile over its territory was an unprecedented, serious and grave threat.
President Trump has pledged his full support for the state of Texas as the region continues to be hit by catastrophic flooding. Let's get more now on that North Korean missile launch. And we're speaking now with Robert Kelly, professor of political science at South Korea's Pusan National University. Professor, thank you so much for joining us. How significant is this latest missile launch by North Korea now over Japanese territory? Is this act more provocative than previous missile launches?
I think so. Sending a missile over a state's sovereign territory is a pretty big deal, right? Obviously, you have to get permission to do that, and obviously the North Koreans didn't do it. One of the concerns about these things is that maybe the North Korean missiles might not work the way they're supposed to. They might break up in flight or something like that, or there might be something wrong with something and they crash into something and land on somebody or hit a ship or something like that, right? I mean, we're lucky that the North Korean program actually works well enough that the missile actually traversed the territory without hurting anybody. I see this as sort of a big step up. I think this will significantly help hawks in Japan who think that Japan needs more missile defense. The THAAD debate, for example, that's in Korea now, I think will come to Japan because of this.
And how significant, Professor, do you think that the missile flew over Japan, and earlier there was a threat from Kim Jong-un that they would fire missiles to Guam?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is all sort of part of the kind of recklessness that's gotten North Korea into the position that it's in. I mean, this is why we sort of continue to have these debates about North Korean behavior. They just don't do what they've been told to do by international law and their neighbors, right? I mean, all this stuff is, of course, illegal according to the United Nations. But the North Koreans don't really have any particular beef or strategic interest in sort of threatening Japan. They do it solely to sort of threaten Japanese civilians in order to prevent any kind of strategic action by South Korea or the United States against North Korea. But North Korea doesn't actually have any kind of meaningful enemy relationship with Japan. It's just sort of threatening for the purposes of defending itself.
So what kind of reaction are you expecting here then from the Asian governments and the United States, particularly Donald Trump, who has said in the past that he will threaten Pyongyang with fire and fury?
Right. I think to a certain extent, because this threatens Japan rather than the United States, this gets Donald Trump off the hook. I don't actually think that Donald Trump wants to provoke a war. I think that kind of talk a few weeks ago was a lot of bluster. If the North Koreans tested near Guam, that would put a lot of pressure on Trump to respond. I think because this is Japan, this gives Trump sort of an outdoor, he probably won't say very much. I do think for Japan, this really changes the game. The last time the North Koreans did this was 20 years ago in 1998, and that really sort of shook up the Japanese, and it helped push the Japanese definitively away from any kind of rapprochement with the North Koreans. I would imagine that this will bolster, like I said, sort of hawks in Japan who want missile defense. This will probably bolster the South Korean, Japanese, American trilateral cooperation. This will really alienate China from Japan, because the Chinese won't say anything about it.
And of course, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has called it a very grave situation and will basically hurt regional peace.
Yes, I think that's correct. It really is. I mean, basically, this is North Koreans saying that they have the ability to strike any city in Japan with a missile. Right? And you put a warhead on that. I mean, we know that the Japanese were worried about the North Koreans using chemical weapons in the past. You put any kind of WMD, weapon of mass destruction, warhead on those missiles, and you can send it anywhere in Japan and kill a lot of people. I mean, again, there's really no strategic reason why North Korea should threaten Japan. I mean, it's not like Japan is sort of big direct enemy for North Korea, right? North Korea's real opponents are the United States and South Korea, right? North Korea is just doing this solely out of spite, right? This is solely to sort of threaten Japan's allies, the United States and South Korea. I mean, this is why we don't trust North Korea, because it threatens civilians for no other purpose than itself.
Thank you so much for your insights on this latest development. Robert Kelly, professor of political science at South Korea's Pusan National University.
In India, a cult-like figure followed by hundreds of thousands has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for raping 2 of his worshippers, 10 years each. Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who is known as the Guru of Bling, was found guilty last week, triggering large-scale riots in which 38 people were killed. Justin Roland has more.
The town where the controversial self-styled guru is being held was under strict lockdown today. The normally flamboyant God-man was subdued as the 20-year sentence was read out. The victims said that was too light and they would appeal. After the explosion of violence that followed his conviction, the Indian authorities say they are taking no chances. 16,000 paramilitary police and troops have been deployed. This town is the focus of concern today. This is where the vast temple complex that serves as the Guru's HQ is based.
Are your troops ready to besiege the temple complex if necessary?
We are fully equipped, fully ready and fully trained. Whatever the directions are given, we'll implement it.
Okay.
Guru Ram Rahim is a charismatic and controversial figure. He stars in his own movies and has millions of followers. Many devotees say that despite the rape convictions, they have not lost faith in the man they regard as a living saint.
He's a true guru. The accusations are all false. I was deeply hurt by the verdict. His blessings will always be with us. It doesn't matter that he's in jail. A guru is always a guru.
Tonight, the Guru's temple complex is effectively under siege, surrounded by heavily armed police and troops. Inside, there are reckoned to be 15,000 hardcore disciples. The fear is what happens when the authorities try to get them out. Justin Rolat, BBC News, Sirsa.
You've been watching Newsday on the BBC. I'm Rico Hizon in Singapore.
And I'm Babita Sharma here in London. We're going to take you live now to Tokyo, where it's approaching 8:25 in the morning. And this is a scene that's been set there live. We're expecting to hear some kind of a news conference take place there. The latest coming to us from Japan in reaction, of course, to that breaking news that we brought you, that the North Koreans have launched a missile that has passed over Japan and landed in the seas nearby. The Pentagon are currently assessing this situation from Washington, and Shinzo Abe is in an emergency meeting with his ministers. More on that to come. Stay with us.
Hello. The usual monsoon downpours across northeastern India and Bangladesh have been enhanced over the last few days by the remnants of an old tropical storm. Now, the worst of that is now sliding away to the west, so some slightly drier weather here as we go on into Tuesday. Still some heavy downpours, but not with the ferocity of the last few days. The wettest weather on Tuesday looks likely to be further west, so across parts of Pakistan and especially northwestern India. We can expect some torrential downpours of rain with the risk of flooding. And those heavy downpours extend right across the west coast of India. Some heavy showers for the Maldives and some lively downpours into Sri Lanka as well. But for Tamil Nadu, for Andhra Pradesh here, not as much rain, more in the way of dry weather, and certainly drier than it has been of late across the northeast of India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and then up into Bhutan and Nepal. For Central Asia, things are pretty quiet at the moment. Dry weather with spells of sunshine across much of this region. Just a few showers and thunderstorms over the mountains in the east. And top temperatures on Tuesday afternoon getting close to 40 degrees there in Ashgabat, 30 the high in Astana. Looking further ahead into Wednesday and Thursday, stays fine for the most part in Astana, but increasingly cloudy. Some heavy downpours for a time in Karachi and also in Delhi, and further south and east, Mumbai, Dhaka, Chennai and Colombo, all at risk of some very heavy downpours over the next few days.
Àti jẹ́ ó tight pẹ̀lú ọmọ ó tight gan bí gé nǹkan kan ló wà lórí búrẹ́dì. Ìgbà tí mo ẹsẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó fẹ́ tight díẹ̀ tó ń train mi
báwo ló ṣe máa post, báwo ló ṣe máa ṣe kìíní, báwo ló ṣe máa ṣe kìíní. Àmọ́ ń sìn, so ó ti wáyé sí fún mi ń sìn, tó ti mọ́ mi lára.
The British people have spoken, and the answer is we're out.
As the country waits to discover how the future will unfold after the referendum, thousands of Brits are applying for dual nationality to remain citizens of the EU. Because their ancestors fled the Nazis, many British Jews are discovering they are entitled to a German passport. It's a dilemma dividing the British Jewish community, as it means reconnecting to the country associated with the trauma of the Holocaust. The possibility of applying for a German passport is leading some to delve deeper into their family history.
I need to go to Germany to get closure on the death of my grandparents and to try and help me along this path of decision making.
To suddenly be learning about my family history but also reclaiming it in a way and becoming German, it's very strange.
You're watching BBC World News. I'm Babita Sharma. Our breaking story this hour: North Korea has fired a missile that has passed over northern Japan. The country's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said the launch was an unprecedented, serious and grave threat. The missile broke into 3 pieces before it landed around 1,000 kilometers off Japan's eastern coast. Catastrophic flooding in the U.S. state of Texas is expected to worsen in the coming days as waters continue to rise following Tropical Storm Harvey. Up to 2,000 people have been rescued in and around Houston. And this story is popular at bbc.com. The Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla have welcomed their second child, a daughter called August. The couple posted the announcement on Facebook along with a letter to the new baby girl. You're up to date. Stay with us. We'll have more on the situation in North Korea here on BBC World News.
Live from Singapore, now on BBC World News, Asia Business Report. Asia Business Report is sponsored by AccorHotels.com.
North Korea rattles the markets after launching a missile over northern Japan. And feeling the squeeze, find out why businesses in Australia are getting limited access to homegrown oranges. It's a Tuesday, everyone. Good morning, Asia. Hello, world. Glad you could join us for Asia Business Report. I'm Rico Hizon. Well, Asia is currently waking up to news that North Korea has fired a missile that flew over northern Japan before crashing into the sea. Well, it broke into 3 pieces before it landed, according to local media, and follows a weekend launch of 3 short-range missiles. Well, the Japanese government says the latest missile launch is a threat that Tokyo would respond to firmly. They're calling it a clear violation of United Nations resolutions. Well, all of this transpired before the Asian market opened today. And for more on how investors will react across the region, we're joined now by my colleague, Sharonjit Leal. So, you have the Australian markets, Japanese markets, and South Korean markets opening very soon. How will they likely react, Sharon?
Well, if there's any indication from several weeks ago, you recall that's when the war of words escalated between Washington and Pyongyang. They're likely to open lower. In fact, we're already seeing futures markets pointing to a sharp lows in terms of the Nikkei being traded. The Nikkei futures index traded on in Chicago. It's showing a 2% decline. We're seeing the yen, which is traditionally seen as a safe haven during these times. It's climbing to 4-month highs against the US dollar. So already we're seeing a little bit of a reaction on the futures market, and these are essentially the markets that investors take positions on contracts ahead of the market open. So already pointing to declines. Now, what was interesting of a few weeks ago, we saw, markets had been doing fairly well. They were on a tear. But what we did see when the war of words escalated between Washington and Pyongyang, that's when, of course, Donald Trump threatened Pyongyang with fire and fury. Pyongyang retaliated, saying they were going to take action on the U.S. territory of Guam. We saw markets rattle then, but actually, looking back, it was really the South Korean markets that responded to all of those threats. We saw the Kospi at the time down about 1.5% during that week as tensions escalated. The won as well also reacting to that. So what we're going to see really is based off that, not so much of an impact, because according to a report that JP Morgan had also released at the time, essentially studying big historical things like September 11th attacks, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the South Korean War, essentially that showed equities falling 5 to 8%, but actually recovering somewhat after. And the real takeaway from that report was just that this sort of thing, geopolitical uncertainty creates volatility, but no long-term impact towards declines.
A lot of volatility, but also an opportunity for investors to get back. And we're also awaiting for a statement from President Donald Trump on this latest North Korea missile launch. Thank you so much for the market update, Sharanjit Lail. Well, there's been no letting up from Tropical Storm Harvey, which slammed into Houston a few days ago. More rain has led to even worse flooding, and it's forecast to stay around the Texas Gulf of Mexico coast for a few more days. Well, the storm made landfall last Friday in Houston, which is the heart of the U.S. energy sector. More than 2 million barrels a day of refining capacity has been shut down because of this storm. Here's how oil prices traded in the U.S. overnight. The Brent crude price and, of course, the West Texas Trader or light sweet crude also falling overnight, but the markets aren't responding the way they usually do during a disaster of this kind. Gas futures hitting a 2-year high while U.S. crude oil prices falling. I asked oil analyst Jeff Haley why.
You have to think about the oil as a value chain, and so crude oil goes into the refinery and then comes out as jet fuel, gasoline, distillates. So the supply, the bottleneck is not the amount of crude oil that's sitting around in the world at the moment. The bottleneck is this 2 million barrels a day of capacity of refining that has gone offline in Texas. So that is going to cause shortages in the refined products further down the value chain.
With gasoline prices surging to an intraday high of 7%, could this put more pressure prices at the pump?
Yes, I do. I think this could actually have a knock-on through other parts of the world as well. Well, certainly I think it'll cause some pressure in the United States, simply because they cannot move the refined products like gasoline from some parts of the country to the others where they need it. But they may need to look for supplies from overseas as well.
What about here in Asia? Could we see higher gasoline prices because of the refineries being shut down, which could maybe last for a week?
Yeah, I think if we see a long shutdown in the Texas region, that could put prices up slightly here in countries like Singapore, because the Americans will need to go to overseas refineries, namely Asia, in order to source those refined products such as jet fuel and gasoline.
But the bottom line, is there still enough global capacity with potentially U.S. refineries being shut down?
There's definitely enough capacity. It's just that it's not in the right place. So if you get something from Asia, you've got to put it on a ship and then move it to the United States. So yes, there is enough capacity to refine products. It's just that it's not in optimal places around the world.
In other business news making headlines, Samsung Electronics is expected to invest $7 billion over the next 3 years to build a new flash memory chip production line at its facility in China. Analysts say the South Korean technology giant accounted for almost 40% of global NAND flash memory chips revenue from April till June. China is trying to develop its own memory chip producers. However, it's likely to be several years before they can compete with existing manufacturers. Moving on now to Australia, which according to some companies is in the grips of a national orange shortage. Several drinks manufacturers have had to import from overseas because there isn't enough of the homegrown food. Well, one reason for the shortfall stems from huge demand from China. Howell Griffiths went to Adelaide in South Australia to find out more.
Grown under the South Australian sun, these trees may look laden with oranges, but however fast they're picked, there's just not enough to go around. Shoppers are being warned they can no longer expect their juice to be made with Aussie oranges, which is confusing when there seem to be plenty in the shops.
When's the last time you saw one of these?
This morning?
Oh, you don't know about the shortage?
No, because I've got a tree.
You don't know about the orange shortage?
No, I don't. No, is there really?
So what's going on?
We just can't accept any more orders for fruit. We just can't keep up.
Jeff Nispel says growers have been hit with a perfect storm. Over the years, production costs have gone up, and so fewer have been producing Valencia oranges for juicing. But now there's a surge in demand for all their oranges, led by China.
We've just come out of probably the worst 6 months in my memory, and I've been in this since high school. We had massive demand for even Valencias, not just our neighbours into Asia. It followed through to our Valencia season. They were sucked up by Asia as well. And we finished up doing something I'd never ever thought we'd do. We actually imported container after container of whole oranges, juicing Valencia oranges from Egypt, of all places.
Australia exports 2/3 of the food it grows, and China has become its biggest, hungriest customer.
After huge success exporting iron-on coal to China in the last decade, some argue Australia should now shift to become a kind of food bowl for Asia. There's big demand not just for oranges, but for apples, grapes, Australian meat too.
Not that it's always an easy path to tread. Last month, Australian beef farmers were hit with an import ban in China after questions are raised over labelling. Some argue the best way forward is to concentrate on the quality of exports rather than the quantity.
Where can we offer them something they're really willing to pay for? It means a consistent quality, it means a style, it means understanding where it's come from, and traceable back, what its origin is. You know, increasingly it seems to me in food and in wine markets that there's a story to tell.
When it comes to oranges, it's a trading success story, which seems to have put the squeeze on Australia's supplies. Howell Griffith, BBC News, Adelaide.
And before we go, here's a look at the markets. And U.S. stocks were mixed overnight. And this is because oil and banking shares weighed on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which was lower by 5.25 points, and the broader S&P 500 index. Investors digesting the damage inflicted by this monster storm Harvey on the U.S. oil industry's nerve center in Texas. Let's have a quick look now at the Asian markets and where they will start the Tuesday trading session. Most of them moving sideways on Monday as investors search for catalysts to inject energy into stock buying. As for the foreign exchange markets, because of the latest development of North Korea's missile launch over Japan, we're seeing the Japanese yen as a safe haven, currently at 108.85. Thank you so much for investing your time with us. I'm Rico Hizon. Sport Today is coming up next.
Asia Business Report is sponsored by AccorHotels.com. These days, there are many places to stay, but how can you avoid unwanted surprises? With AccorHotels.com, you'll always make the right choice at the guaranteed best price. We have thousands of hotels and resorts available every night, from ultra-luxury to great value economy properties. Join our award-winning Le Club Accor Hotels program and enjoy instant benefits. Book now on AccorHotels.com. Download the Accor Hotels app and always feel welcome.
Luca Fulin is the son of a prominent hotel owner here. It's very nice to see the younger generation
I don't separate people by race, color, religion, and if I do, it's because I celebrate the diversity.
Singapore, it's much better than before, but race and religion count.
We expect our allies to keep their word, to live up to the commitments that they've made for our common defense.
This divide we are trying to close up as best as possible.
When big names talk, they talk to the BBC. Every destination has new secrets to discover.
Wow, This place is just hewn out of rock.
It's incredible to believe that no one really knew about it.
The Travel Show is your passport to unique places.
People here have found an ingenious way to harness nature.
And unforgettable experiences.
This is so beautiful. Whoa!
See the world differently. The Travel Show on BBC World News. This is BBC World News with the latest news and results from around the globe. Sport Today.
Sport Today is sponsored by Sony Bravia.
Hello there, I'm Tolson Tollett and this is Sport Today, live from the BBC Sports Centre. Coming up on this programme, world number 7, Johanna Konta out in the first round of the US Open, losing to Serbia's Alexandra Krunic. And Barcelona show off their new signing, Ousmane Dembele, who becomes the second most expensive footballer in history. Hello there and welcome to the programme where we start with the news that world number 7 Johanna Konta has been knocked out of the US Open in the first round. The Briton, who was also seeded 7th, had high hopes in the year's final Grand Slam in New York, having made the semi-finals at Wimbledon just last month. But 24-year-old Serbian Alexandra Krunic had other ideas. Konta took the opening set but struggled in the next two as Krunic, ranked 78th in the world, made it just a second ever win against a player ranked inside the top 10.
I don't take anything for granted, and I think it would be quite obnoxious of me to come in here expecting that I have a right to be in the second week. I'm very, very much aware that for me to get that opportunity, I need to work very hard. So for me, losing in the first round is obviously not ideal, as it isn't for anybody. I think everybody coming here wants to be in as long as possible, but I lost to the better player today. And unfortunately, that is how sport goes.
The Wimbledon champion Garbina Muguruza is also through to the second round in New York. The 23-year-old breezed past American Varvara Lipchenko in straight sets and will now face China's Duan Yingying. The Spaniard has never made it past the second round at Flushing Meadows.
I don't feel I'm a favorite here because never really played very good. I did play good, but just didn't go my way. So I guess it's just based off the results. So in the paper, people might think that, but after you're gonna come here and with the conditions and the past, and there's certain players that play better, and certain players that don't. So so far, I'm just thinking that I'm happy that I'm in second round, and that's what I'm gonna take.
Petra Kvitova joins Muguruza in the second round, but did it a little harder with a 7-5, 7-5 win over former world number 1, Jelena Jankovic. The Czech, who's seeded 13, returned to competition in May, 5 months after being stabbed in her hand by an intruder at her home. We shall now play France's Elise Cornet next up. Venus Williams has been beaten this year in both the Australian Open and Wimbledon finals, but she's a two-time winner of this event. She's through to the second round, but it took 3 sets to see off Slovakia's Victoria Kuzmova. In the men's draw, 2014 champion Marin Cilic navigated his way safely through to the second round. The Croat needed 4 sets and just under 3 hours, though, to beat the American Tennis Sangren in his first match back since losing the Wimbledon final to Roger Federer. Joe Wilfried-Tsonga is also through to the second round after he produced 38 winners to claim a straight sets victory over Romania's Marius Kopel. The 32-year-old Frenchman will now play Canada's Denis Shapovalov. Moving to cricket, where Moeen Ali helped England hold the advantage heading into the final day of the second test against West Indies at Headingley. The tourists require a further 317 runs to win on Tuesday after Ali made 84 to help his side declare on 490 for 8. Patrick Geary was watching in Leeds.
I think you could make a case for this being the best test match we've seen in England all summer long. It's been an absorbing match with momentum going in both directions, and it did so several times today alone. The England captain Joe Root started the day at the crease. He added to his overnight total to make 72 before he was caught. Dawood Malan nearly followed him, but he was dropped, a costly mistake for West Indies. He then grafted for 50, an important 50 in the context of the match. A contrasting half-century by Ben Stokes, who played beautifully, some lovely attacking cricket, but unfortunately he gave his wicket away. He was caught on the boundary when England's lead still wasn't really sufficient, and they lost a cluster of wickets then. Malan went bowled and Bairstow went to a very poor shot, reverse sweeping when the situation didn't demand that. England were only around 150 ahead at that point, so they needed the contribution of Moeen Ali, who soothed everyone's nerves at Headingley. He made 84 beautiful runs. He bats at number 8. There is no one better in his position in the world. He was assisted by Chris Wokes at 9, who made his own 50, and England declared, thinking that they might be able to get a few West Indian batsmen out before the close, with a lead of 321 before the West Indies innings. They didn't take any wickets, England, but they will still fancy their chances of victory on day 5. We might yet see Jimmy Anderson's 500th test wicket. We will probably see an England victory. It's not certain. In the context of this test match, it's very difficult to make predictions.
Last day pitch, as a sole spinner, I think you always look like you're going to bowl. Hopefully it'll be overcast for the seamers as well, and I feel when the sun's out it's quite nice to bat, and then when it's overcast it's not as easy. The wicket feels like it's a bit softer and stuff, so and I think that helps the spinners as well, so hopefully I can get a good bowl tomorrow.
Do you relish that prospect that all eyes are going to be on you as you try to spin out the West Indies tomorrow?
I think so. I mean, I feel like I've been bowling quite well lately. I mean, first things I didn't get any wickets, but hopefully secondly, the last 2 days of this test match is my days after dropping that catch first thing.
And staying with cricket news, Bangladesh hold a lead of 88 runs with 9 wickets remaining heading to day 3 of the first test against Australia. Shakib Al Hassan took figures of 5 for 68 as his side dismissed the tourists for 217 in their opening innings. The hosts lost a wicket of Sumya Saka towards the end of the day as they closed on 45 for 1. On to football, and Barcelona have presented Ousmane Dembele to the world's media after paying Borussia Dortmund around $175 million for the forward. Now, that's a significant chunk of the $261 million they received for Neymar, whose vacated number 11 shirt Dembele will wear, as he becomes the second most expensive player in history behind the Brazilian. To golf news, Michelle Wee is out of at least the next 2 LPGA events after undergoing emergency appendix surgery in Ottawa. The 2014 US Open champion withdrew from Canadian Pacific Women's Open before the final round on Sunday. She was then admitted to hospital where she had an operation. Wee finished 3rd in the Women's British Open earlier this month and was part of the victorious USA team in this Solheim Cup. Now, as Conor McGregor discovered over the weekend when he was beaten by 40-year-old Floyd Mayweather, boxing's a rather tough sport, not one you normally associate with pensioners, but women of a certain age in this South African township of Cosmo City are learning how to protect themselves and get fit.
If somebody try to attack me, I will punch him really. Really, I will hit him badly.
So now we're just gonna go 1, 2, 1, 2. Right now we've got more than about 30 ladies. We take them from 60 and above. On your guard, go, on your guard, on your guard, don't forget on your guard.
Yang tanda yang kan pukul. Mana nang ini lah. Sebab anak nang lalu. Baik ramai sedang mulai.
I've never trained somebody that old. I've always thought they are fragile, you know, only to realize that there's more to them and there's more to what they wanted to do. So I gave them an opportunity and they ended up training me instead of me training them because their energy level was just too high.
You know, I found a gym helped me a lot because I'm diabetes and I got asthma, high blood. Then I found my diabetes and my high blood, they coming back to the normal.
I would like to say support your elders. They need your support wherever you see them. Encourage them, because at home they are more than what you think they are. And the more life you give them, it will give you a fulfillment within yourself as well. Let's move.
A brilliant story indeed. That is fantastic. Tell you what else is fantastic. The NBA franchise Houston Rockets have said they'll be donating $4 million to the Hurricane Harvey Relief Fund after the terrible natural disaster that continues to afflict those through Texas and Louisiana. Added to this, the NFL franchise, the Houston Texans and the NFL themselves will each donate a further $1 million each. Now, for everything else, of course, you can go to our website, is bbc.com/sport that you see there. But let's just recap our top stories, shall we? That the world number 7 and the 7th seed, Johanna Konta, has been knocked out in the opening round of the US Open. Beaten in 3 sets. So she goes out, but of course for everything else you can go to the website. But for me, Tulson Toller and the rest of the Boxing Sport Today team, till next time, bye-bye. See ya.
Sport Today is sponsored by Sony Bravia.
Hello there. Tropical Storm Harvey remains the big world weather story of the moment. The storm's still gathering fuel from the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, bringing further wet weather in Texas, where some spots have already recorded over a metre of rain. The heavy downpours also spreading further east along the Gulf Coast. There's the added risk of tornadoes here as well. So severe and dangerous weather will go on across the southern portions of the US. Another tropical troublemaker, not such a potent one, but that'll be sliding up the east coast, could bring some rain into Washington to New York, some blustery winds as well. Out west, largely dry and with temperatures above average for the time of year. In fact, in LA, we'll get close to 100 Fahrenheit. We're watching an area just to the southwest of Mexico. This could potentially spin up into a tropical storm, which could then threaten the Baja California Peninsula later on in the week. We'll keep you posted on that. Further south across Costa Rica and Panama, heavy rain could bring some flash flooding, 24 degrees in San Jose. Across the river plates of South America, some very heavy rain in the forecast, including in Buenos Aires. That could cause some transport problems. Further north and east, much of Brazil dry with some sunshine. South Africa looking mainly fine on Wednesday, just a bit of cloud close to the coast. A few showers for the northwest of Africa, but for central portions of the continent, more heavy downpours with the risk of flash floods and landslides. The Middle East looks relatively quiet over the next few days. Bit of a low cloud on Wednesday morning for coastal areas of Oman. That's not particularly unusual. Elsewhere, largely fine with some spells of sunshine. Temperatures up to around 36 degrees there in Jeddah and a high of 41. Continuing to pile into the west coast of India from Mumbai southwards towards Kerala. Further east, the showers a little bit more scattered, more in the way of dry weather in between the downpours. Heavy rain continues across the Philippines. There could be some flash flooding here. We're watching a tropical storm well to the south of Japan. That's expected to stay away from land, certainly for the time being. But the remnants of an old tropical storm continuing to trundle westwards across southern China, Vietnam, and then other parts of Southeast Asia. That could bring some issues with flooding. A few heavy thundery downpours continue across the southwest of Australia, 19 degrees in Perth, a fairly blustery wind here as well. Mainly fine conditions across the southeast, although with some cloud into some areas of New South Wales through Canberra and down towards Melbourne as well. Blustery winds for Tasmania, but an area of rain sliding away by this stage. That rain just beginning to fringe into the far south of New Zealand on Wednesday afternoon. Some heavy showers across the North Island, perhaps with the odd rumble of thunder. Should be mainly fine in Christchurch, with a top temperature of 11 degrees. Plenty more world weather is always available online.
BBC Sports Centre will follow every goal and bring you the big names. Join me, John Bennett, on BBC World News every Saturday, or follow the action online and on the BBC Sports app.
No EU citizen currently in the UK lawfully will be asked to leave at the point the UK leaves the EU. This is a fair and serious offer.
Mr. Juncker, are you getting a clear idea of the kind of Brexit that the UK government wants?
No. Both of us want to achieve the best possible outcome and the strong...
Just the clock ticking.
BBC World News.
He's on in Singapore. They have warns it will be a long and difficult road to recovery.
We've pledged our full support as Texas and Louisiana battle and recover from this very devastating and historic storm. There's probably never been anything like this.
And Babisa Sharma in London, also in the programme. Pope Francis announces he will visit Myanmar as on Notting Hill for the final day of its carnival.
And grave threat to his country. For the latest, let's cross over now to our BBC correspondent in Tokyo, Rupert Wingfield-Hayes. Rupert, Japanese cabinet officials have also said that they would be taking appropriate steps in response. What could this response be?
Well, there's not a great deal that Japan can do. Japan has already imposed very tough sanctions on North Korea, so tough that in fact there is basically no trading or economic relationship between Japan and North Korea. Japan has installed anti-ballistic missile systems. It's talking about buying more of those. Japan is now practicing with civil defense, with people practicing missile air raid drills for the first time since the Second World War. So these are the sorts of things that are happening. But going forward, this is a real provocation to Japan, and will strengthen those on the right in Japan who want this country to take a much tougher military stance towards North Korea, including perhaps acquiring long-range strike weapons, which Japan has not possessed since the Second World War.
Rupert, is this the first time a missile has passed over Japanese territory? And why do you think that the North Koreans choose the Hokkaido area?
It's not the first time North Korea has fired a rocket across Japan. It's happened twice before, once in 1998 and once in 2009. Now, the 2009 launch, according to North Korea, was a civilian launch of a satellite. The 1998 launch is less clear, but this would be probably the first time in nearly 20 years that North Korea has fired a ballistic missile over Japan. And so it is a really big step up from recent missile tests, a deliberate step up. Why fly it over Hokkaido? I think we're not clear at the moment. There has been a big military exercise between the US and Japan up there, which ended yesterday. I'm not sure that has anything to do with it. I think this is more North Korea demonstrating it can do this. Earlier this month, it threatened to fire missiles at Guam, probably the same type of missiles. That would have been incredibly provocative and could have caused a conflict with the United States. Instead, now it's doing a lesser test, but still a provocative test, but one that falls short of the danger of creating a military conflict.
Rupert Wingfield-Hayes in Tokyo, thank you so much for the update.
Let's get more now on the situation in Texas, where the authorities say that they're still very much in a search and rescue operation in the aftermath of Tropical Storm Harvey. Aerial pictures show the effect of the most powerful storm to have hit Texas in more than 50 years. Nearly 500,000 people are in need of help following severe flooding that's been caused by torrential rains, with 30,000 temporarily homeless in the area of Houston. James Cook is there.
Wake up! Wake up!
In Texas today, every stranger is a friend.
Everything is fine. Everything is
Exhausted, unable even to stand, but she's safe. Family after family abandoning their homes to the water. They'd called for help, but no one came.
We've seen a couple of neighbors helping neighbors or people.
And none from the authorities?
None from the authorities.
This crisis are still struggling, but no one answered. Ends with a boat.
Happened to be here, and yes, it is all over.
The helping hand.
Of course, great help.
Activity here. Rescued 30. To be rescued. Help. In pulling people.
Like it. Of Texas, as you know, the spirit and the enthusiasm. Something.
People have made it to safety, but the waters keep on. Cook, BBC News.
Dramatic pictures from China are dead and 25. Landslides are a frequent danger. The French dialogue in Libya and increasing aid to transit countries. And that it's time to start negotiating seriously about leaving the EU. Negotiations needed to saying that they hope that the one that she grows up in will have more equality. Now let's take you back to our developing breaking story, the situation in North Korea after they fired. Dr. John Park is the director of the Korea Working Group at the Harvard Kennedy School. He advises the American government and joins me now from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Doctor, welcome to the program. What would your advice be to the American government at this instance?
It's a very difficult set of issues that we're dealing with right now. The North Korean program is very far advanced. In terms of advice, we've seen the effort on the diplomatic front, increased focus on sanctions. And so now I think it's the notion of coordinating as closely as possible, even more so with the friends and allies in the region, to make sure that there is this strong stance, that the messages are clear to North Korea about the deterrence and the capabilities of the United States and its allies. But frankly, right now we're at a stage where the North Korean net forward progress in its ballistic missile as well as its nuclear capabilities, it seems unconstrained. There's nothing holding it back.
How serious is this move by North Korea within the last few hours of this missile passing over Japan?
It's extremely bold. It's extremely provocative, and it's something that is prohibited under international law. UN Security Council resolutions strictly forbid this type of activity. But with respect to North Korea's capabilities right now, we're seeing something now where they're improving upon their intermediate range ballistic missile. These are the types of missile, although this direction was northeastward over Hokkaido, range-wise, it could be directed towards U.S. military installations near the southern component. So this is something that is enhancing North Korean capabilities at a pace that is quite startling.
What do you think the message might be that's coming from North Korea here? Do you think it's preempting what the reaction might be from the US and its allies?
I think the message is very consistent in the sense that the actions speak for themselves. North Korea now is conducting missile tests at this scale of intermediate range or intercontinental ballistic missile range every 4 to 6 weeks. That is startling by any standards, and especially for a country that is usually underestimated in terms of its capabilities. But I think right now, in terms of the North Korean message, it's the consistent one that it's going towards this nuclear weapons self-defense mechanism that they're talking about, this nuclear deterrent. But the psychological barrier that we have is, can we live with a nuclear North Korea? And this is where we start to look and start to think more seriously about what military options may be on the table.
What do you mean?
So if you look at the process here, there has been a priority focus on giving diplomacy a chance. That hasn't worked. Increased sanctions, not just maintaining the current round of sanctions, but the more robust ones. We just recently had UN Security Council Resolution 2371. And under that particular measure, almost a third of North Korea's exports would be ended. So these type of measures aren't working as well. So by process of elimination, as much as people show and demonstrate that a military option would be very costly, would be very tragic, by process of elimination, we're now in this category where it's going to be increasingly focused on.
Dr. John Park, we're grateful for your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. John Park there, the director of the Korea Working Group at the Harvard Kennedy School.
The Vatican has announced that Pope Francis will visit Myanmar this November as the violence there continues, involving the country's Muslim Rohingya people. Thousands of Muslim Rohingyas have fled their homes in recent days as deadly violence erupts between the army and the insurgents in Myanmar. Many have escaped to the border between Rakhine State and Bangladesh, but are being turned away by border guards. The fighting has already left more than 100 people dead. The BBC's Mir Sabir is at the Bangladeshi side of the border.
Hundreds of people sitting around me, all are Rohingya people who came from Myanmar. Some of them came 3 days ago, some of them came just this morning. Some brought their families with them, some left their families there. But this area is being called the 0 point, and the border guard of Bangladesh have cordoned off the area, restricting them from entering into the mainland. But despite the high alert of border guard, a few thousand Rohingyas have managed to come into Bangladesh and now living in some parts of Cox's Bazar. And also the border guard says they have sent back a few hundred Rohingyas into Myanmar. Most of the people living here are women, children and elderly people, and they are being given food by the locals here. Mir Sabir, BBC News, Gundum border, Bangladesh.
Well, this violence comes immediately after newfound optimism following a report by the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. To get more on this situation, I spoke with Matthew Smith, the co-founder and CEO of the human rights organization Fortify Rights.
Mr. Annan's recommendations were comprehensive, they were important, they covered a wide range of issues. And just hours later, the militant attack happened, and now, of course, the military is responding with typically brutal force against the civilian population. It's terribly disappointing.
So what needs to be done here, Mr. Smith? What should be the role of Aung San Suu Kyi in all of this?
Well, Aung San Suu Kyi, her power is limited by the fact that the military maintains a certain role in the political life of the country. But right now, her office is spreading dangerous propaganda about the situation in Rakhine State. Her office is continuing its knee-jerk denials of human rights violations and really drumming up a lot of anti-Rohingya sentiment. And this is profoundly irresponsible, very unhelpful.
So at this point, the statements coming from Aung San Suu Kyi's office and the developments in Rakhine State doesn't really resolve anything despite Kofi Annan's recommendations.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, in the last few months, we've documented Myanmar army soldiers committing mass gang rape, mass killings, forcibly displacing tens of thousands of people. And we know right now there are tens of thousands of people running for their lives. And unfortunately, right now, the civilian government and the military are both part of the problem in Myanmar.
All right, we just saw a previous report. There are a lot of Rohingyas on the border with Bangladesh. Many of them have been turned back. What should Bangladesh do? What should be their role in all of this?
Well, Bangladesh is hosting 500,000 Rohingya refugees who have a very difficult time, however. But right now, the Bangladesh authorities have an obligation to provide some sort of protection to people that are coming across the border. Essentially, what they're doing is forcing people back into situations where they face imminent harm, persecution, and that policy needs to change immediately. And there are also some indications that the Bangladesh border guards may join forces with the Myanmar army. We're not certain that will be helpful to anybody.
And that was Matthew Smith in Bangkok. You're watching Newsday on the BBC, live from Singapore and from London. Still to come on the program. A 20-year sentence is handed to a popular guru for rape as troops remain on high alert in northern India.
He's the first African American to win the presidential nomination of a major party, and he accepts exactly 45 years ago to the day that Martin Luther King declared, "I have a dream."
As darkness falls tonight, an unfamiliar light will appear in the southeastern sky. An orange glowing disk that's brighter than anything save the moon, our neighbouring planet, Mars.
There is no doubt that this election is an important milestone in the birth of East Timor as the world's newest nation.
It'll take months and billions of dollars to repair what Katrina achieved in just hours.
3 weeks is the longest the great clock has been off duty in 117 years. So it was with great satisfaction that clockmaker John Vernon swung the pendulum to set the clock going again.
Hello everyone, glad you're staying with us. This is Newsday on the BBC. I'm Rico Hizon in Singapore.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Babita Sharma here in London. Our top stories this hour. Japan has said that North Korea has fired a missile that flew over its territory before crashing into the sea.
President Trump pledges his full support for the state of Texas as the region continues to be hit by catastrophic flooding.
Let's stay in Texas as the region continues to be buffeted by Tropical Storm Harvey. Sarah Jabin is a physician based in Sugar Land, which is in the greater part of the Houston area. With her neighborhood sealed off and water levels up to 5 foot, she has now been trapped inside her house for 3 days. We can speak to her now. Thank you so much for joining us, Abi. What is the situation with your home and how you're doing at the moment?
Well, just like any other Houstonian, I think we are starting to getting a little panic now due to the unprecedented amount of rainfall. There's water anywhere between 2 to 6 feet around this area. Our main gate is closed, so pretty much we are trapped. Whole neighborhood has been sealed unless there is a steamboat or rescue team come. Since yesterday there has been a lot of changes. Sheriff came to our door and he offered voluntary evacuation, but there's a Brazos River right back to our neighborhood. And due to the rise in water level, some of the neighborhood, there is mandatory evacuation now, and just watching water nervously, hoping it doesn't get to our house, doing as much as we can to prepare, but our anxiety level definitely is going up.
Absolutely sure it must be. We were just looking at some photographs that you sent us, and clearly you get a sense of how high that water is, because you can only get around by boat, and we can see behind you there on that Skype line that the rain is still lashing. I mean, what are your plans? Do you think you'll be able to leave the home at all?
So far our house is dry and water is approaching our doorways, so really I have never faced any situation like this, so much uncertainty, such a dynamic situation. We don't know. I mean, yesterday we went to bed not knowing how it's going to be next morning, today. We are doing our best. As long as our house is dry, we are planning to stay. And that's what authorities are saying, that safest place is house. If it gets to that point where our house is flooded, we have transferred some important stuff upstairs. We have friends who are checking up on us, and I think worst come scenario, we'll call them and evacuate if it has to be like that.
Well,
but it would be devastating.
Our thoughts are with you and your family, and thank you so much for talking to us. And we will hopefully speak to you in a few days' time and see what the situation is like there. But for now, Sawat Jabin, thank you.
Thank you.
In India, a cult-like figure followed by hundreds of thousands has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for raping two of his worshippers. Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who is also known as the Guru of Bling, was found guilty last week, triggering large-scale riots in which 38 people were killed. The BBC's Justin Rolat has the details.
The town where the controversial self-styled guru is being held was under strict lockdown today. The normally flamboyant God-man was subdued as the 20-year sentence was read out. The victims said that was too light and they would appeal. After the explosion of violence that followed his conviction, the Indian authorities say they are taking no chances. 16,000 paramilitary police and troops have been deployed. This town is the focus of concern today. This is where the vast temple complex that serves as the Guru's HQ is based.
Are your troops ready to besiege the temple complex if necessary?
We are fully equipped, fully ready and fully trained. Whatever directions are given, we'll implement it.
Okay. Guru Ram Rahim is a charismatic and controversial figure. He stars in his own movies and has millions of followers. Many devotees say that despite the rape convictions, they have not lost faith in the man they regard as a living saint.
He's a true guru. The accusations are all false. I was deeply hurt by the verdict. His blessings will always be with us. It doesn't matter that he's in jail. A guru is always a guru.
Tonight, the Guru's temple complex is effectively under siege, surrounded by heavily armed police and troops. Inside, there are reckoned to be 15,000 hardcore disciples. The fear is what happens when the authorities try to get them out. Justin Rolat, BBC News, Sirsa.
Here in the UK, parts of the country have experienced the hottest August late bank holiday for 50 years. That means that hundreds of thousands of revellers descended onto Notting Hill in West London to enjoy the sunshine on the final day of Carnival. Elaine Dunkley was there.
Everyone can be king or queen at Carnival. It's flamboyant, eccentric, extravagant, a spectacle of imagination. There's the legendary soundtrack.
And when we say roots reggae music, it's earth music.
Heroes of the sound system playing to crowds in their thousands.
Through the sound system, we're giving a message, yeah? A message of love, hope, and unity for everybody. But as I hear the music and that bass line resonate through my body, it's like, as I say, it's a spirit that wakes up. And it's just higher, 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 until it just goes boom, and then I'm alive again.
Carnival is the Caribbean with its culture and music.
This street festival in Notting Hill is itself part of a voluntary social service.
It was a celebration started by West Indian immigrants facing racism and inequality in London in the 1960s. Now it's the biggest street party in Europe.
In terms of visitor numbers, Notting Hill is 10 times bigger than Glastonbury. There are 70 performing stages, at least 10 steel pan bands, and 40 sound systems.
I'm from Rio de Janeiro. I'm from Rio, and then we celebrate Carnival in February. And I really enjoy Carnival here. I recommend them to come over here.
It's a year thing.
Like, the people that make the costume, they plan it in advance. We've been doing it for 24 years now. It is part of our life, so yeah, we live for it. We live for it.
And so, as the sun sets on another Notting Hill Carnival, preparations start all over again. Elaine Dunkley, BBC News.
Thanks for watching Newsday. I'm Rico Hizon in Singapore.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Babita Sharma here in London. We'll see you again soon. Goodbye.
Hello. The usual monsoon downpours across northeastern India and Bangladesh have been enhanced over the last few days by the remnants of an old tropical storm. Now, the worst of that is now sliding away to the west, so some slightly drier weather here as we go on into Tuesday. Still some heavy downpours, but not with the ferocity of the last few days. The wettest weather on Tuesday looks likely to be further west, so across parts of Pakistan and especially northwestern India. We can expect some torrential downpours of rain with the risk of flooding. Those heavy downpours extend right across the west coast of India. Some heavy showers for the Maldives and some lively downpours into Sri Lanka as well. But for Tamil Nadu, for Andhra Pradesh here, not as much rain, more in the way of dry weather, and certainly drier than it has been of late across the northeast of India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and then up into Bhutan and Nepal. For Central Asia, things are pretty quiet at the moment. Dry weather with spells of sunshine across much of this region. Just a few showers and thunderstorms over the mountains in the east. And top temperatures on Tuesday afternoon getting close to 40 degrees there in Ashgabat, 30 the high in Astana. Looking further ahead into Wednesday and Thursday, stays fine for the most part in Astana, but increasingly cloudy. Some heavy downpours for a time in Karachi and also in Delhi, and further south and east, Mumbai, Dhaka, Chennai and Colombo, all at risk of some very heavy downpours over the next few days.
It was in London last summer that we first met Nawal El-Sadawi. She's a global legend, a doctor turned writer who's published over 50 books, widely translated.
Happy birthday to me, to my brother. To your brother.
Now 85, at the age of 6, she was subjected to FGM, female genital mutilation, and has pioneered the fight against it. She's still a fighter today.
I've been writing 72 years, almost all my life. And I started writing when I was a child, 13 years. And I published just a memoir of a child called Saad. And it just came in English, and now I am recognized, you know. People think that if you don't write in English, you don't write.
You mentioned why you didn't like the term Middle East. Can you tell me something about that?
I hate the word Middle East. I don't like it. Middle to who? Because we were named Middle East relative to London, because we were colonized by the British. So they called India Far East, because India far, relative to them, Far East. And we, in Egypt, we became the Middle East. So when I come to London, I say I'm coming to the Middle West. When I go to the United States, I am going to the Far West.
You're watching BBC World News. I'm Babita Sharma. Our top story. North Korea has fired a missile that has passed over northern Japan. The country's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said the launch was an unprecedented, serious and grave threat. The missile landed around 1,000 kilometers off Japan's eastern coast. Catastrophic flooding in the U.S. state of Texas is expected to worsen in the coming days as waters rise following Tropical Storm Harvey. Up to 2,000 people have been rescued in and around Houston. And this story is popular at bbc.com. The Facebook founder, Mark Zuckerberg, and his wife Priscilla have welcomed their second child, a daughter called August. The couple posted the announcement on Facebook, along with a letter to their new baby girl. You're up to date. Stay with us. More to come here on BBC News.
Live from Singapore, now on BBC World News, Asia Business Report.
Asia Business Report is sponsored by AccorHotels.com.
North Korea rattles the markets after launching a missile over northern Japan. And as Tropical Storm Harvey batters the oil production hub in the U.S., we look at the impact it's having on the energy industry. It's a Tuesday, everyone. Good morning, Asia. Hello, world. Glad you could join us for this edition of Asia Business Report. I'm Rico Hizon. We start off with North Korea, and it has fired a missile that flew over northern Japan before crashing into the sea. It broke into 3 pieces before it landed, according to local media, and follows a weekend launch of 3 short-range missiles. Well, the Japanese government says this latest missile launch is a threat that Tokyo would respond to firmly. They're calling it a clear violation of United Nations resolutions. All of this transpired before the Asian markets opened today, but they have opened now, and for more reaction on how it's going to be trading this morning and for the rest of the day, we're joined by my colleague Sharon Jitlale. So Japan, South Korea, Australia have opened for trading. What's happening, Sharon?
Well, that's right. No big surprise. They have all opened lower. Japan's Nikkei 225, that's the benchmark stock index there, has actually opened at a 4-month low. Declines as well for Australia's All Ordinaries and the Kospi over in South Korea. But I should add that these are not dramatic declines. They're all down, but they're down by under 1% at the moment. What we are seeing with the Japanese yen, however, is that it is actually rising to a 4-month high against a lot of the other major currencies, including the US dollar. And the reason why is because the Japanese yen is often seen as a safe haven for investors in times of crisis. Now, well, this reaction, it seems rather, unusual and somewhat overblown. But of course, what we saw this time round is we saw a missile go over Japan. Now, this happens very infrequently. It's only really happened twice in the past, according to reports, 1998, 2009. These were other times when North Korea launched so-called missiles over Japan. At the time, they claimed they were satellite launches. Now, this rattled a lot of Japanese waking up this morning because they were woken up by alerts on television, by sirens, and it was a lot of tense moments, minutes before the all clear was given. So certainly that is part of the reason why we're seeing markets rattle. Will we see a repeat of a few weeks ago? Now, of course, in the middle of August, what we saw was, of course, this war of words intensifying between Washington and Pyongyang. That's when Donald Trump threatened Pyongyang with fire and fury. Pyongyang retaliated. They said they were going to launch something across to the U.S. territory of Guam. Of course, none of that transpired. But what we saw then was a huge impact on the Korean markets. The South Korean Kospi had fallen 1.5% that week. The won was weakening as well. And so what experts suggest is that this sort of geopolitical uncertainty really creates volatility in the markets, but no real big long-term impact.
A lot of analysts are saying this missile launch is more provocative than the others. And of course, we're still waiting for a response from President Donald Trump on this latest North Korean missile launch. Thank you so much for joining us, my colleague Sharon Jitlale. Well, there's been no letting up from Tropical Storm Harvey, which slammed into Houston a few days ago. More rain has led to even worse flooding, and it's forecast to stay around the Texas Gulf of Mexico coast for a few more days. Well, the storm made landfall last Friday in Houston, which is the heart of the U.S. energy industry. More than 2 million barrels a day of refining capacity has been shut down because of this storm. Here's how oil prices are faring in early Asian trading. You can see them right now on your boards. They're both up for Brent crude and for light sweet crude. But the markets aren't responding the way they usually do during a disaster of this kind. Gas futures hitting a 2-year high, while U.S. crude oil prices fell.
Is a value chain, and so the supply, the bottleneck is not the amount of crude a day of capacity shortages. Prices parts of the world as well move to the others where they need it.
Could we see higher gas expert there, Jeff Haley. Electronics is expected to new flash memory chip production facility in China. Well, analysts say however, it's such as Samsung. Emphasis shares under Nandan Nilekani return Emphasis CEO was named chairman. Founders, well, they corporate governance lapses. In Indonesia, they're cool year, but since it is the world's salt, but the government has significant as what's causing the shortage.
Annually, Indonesia uses around 4.1 million tons of salt. 780,000 tons are used in households, the rest by industries. Production is not meeting this demand. There's a shortage of 2.2 million tons. That's around the weight of 550,000 Sumatran elephants or 15,000 blue whales. So what's gone wrong?
The way we produce salt in Indonesia is still very traditional.
Is suggesting cartels may be behind it. Authorities have uncovered cases where importers bought in more than they could process and sold them to consumers instead of industries that need them more.
I spoke earlier to industry analyst David Chang in Jakarta, and I asked him if importing salt from Australia is the answer.
75,000 tons of salt from Australia would be insufficient to meet the needs. The consumption needs of Indonesia is about 4.1 million tons per annum. And, this would only be a temporary solution. I think over the longer term, the government ought to perhaps deregulate the industry, and that could perhaps encourage more producers and also opening up, allocating more land towards the eastern part of Indonesia to increase the land allocation for salt farming. That could, I suppose, help to increase the salt supply in Indonesia.
So, David, if the government deregulates the industry, are we likely to see prices come off from current levels?
Well, like in China, they have deregulated the salt industry as of this year. That would mean that the government would no more be controlling the quota of import and would not be controlling the retail prices of salt and let the market decide the prices of salt based on production costs, transportation costs, and the quality of salt. And I think that is a better way of ensuring supply of salt to the people.
David Chang there in Jakarta. Thanks for investing your time with us. I'm Rico Hizon. Bye for now.
Asia Business Report is sponsored by AccorHotels.com.
These days, there are many places to stay, but how can you avoid unwanted surprises? With AccorHotels.com, you'll always make the right choice for the guaranteed best price. We have thousands of hotels and resorts available every night, from ultra-luxury to great value economy properties. Join our award-winning Le Club Accor Hotels program and enjoy instant benefits. Book now on AccorHotels.com. Download the Accor Hotels app and always feel welcome.
Plenty of entertainment, a wonderful display from Singapore Grand Prix, the organisers. Final lap here, what a drive! Closer in the backseat of your Rover, makes me feel alive. Absolutely love that. Brilliant drive. Make some noise for our Formula 1 drivers. At last in Singapore.
Luca Fulin is the son of a prominent hotel owner here. It's very nice to see the younger generation taking...
The world of business doesn't stop for a second, whether you're investing for the future or seeking new opportunities around the globe, enjoying the best that life has to offer, or simply trying to put food on the table. Business, with its endless deals and innovations, underpins everything we do. So cut through the jargon and understand the forces that shape our world. Join me, Aaron Hazelhurst, for Talking Business here on BBC World News.
This is BBC World News with the latest news and results from around the globe. Sport Today.
Sport Today is sponsored by Sony Bravia.
Hello there, I'm Tolson Tollett and this is Sport Today, live from the BBC Sports Centre. Coming up on this programme, world number 7 Johanna Konta out in the first round of the US Open, losing to Serbia's Aleksandra Krunic. In the men's draw, Joe Wilfried Tsonga produces 38 winners as he sees off Romania's Marius Kopel. And Barcelona show off their new signing, Ousmane Dembele, who becomes the second most expensive footballer in history. Hello there and welcome to the program where we start with the news that world number 7 Johanna Konta has been knocked out of the US Open in the first round. The Briton, who was also seeded 7th, had high hopes in the year's final Grand Slam in New York, having made the semi-finals at Wimbledon just last month, but 24-year-old Serbian Aleksandra Krunic had other ideas. Konta took the opening set, but struggled in the next two as Krunic, ranked 78th in the world, made it just a second ever win against a player ranked inside the top 10.
I don't take anything for granted, and I think it would be quite obnoxious of me to come in here expecting that I have a right to be in the second week. I'm very, very much aware that for me to get that opportunity, I need to work very hard. So for me, losing in the first round is obviously not ideal, as it isn't for anybody. I think everybody coming here wants to be in as long as possible, but I lost to the better player today. And unfortunately, that is how sport goes.
Wimbledon champion Garbina Muguruza is through to the second round in New York. The 23-year-old breezed past American Varvara Lepchenko in straight sets and will now face China's Zhuan Yingying. The Spaniard has never made it past the second round at Flushing Meadows.
I don't feel I'm a favorite here because never really played very good. I did play good, but just didn't go my way. So I guess it's just based off the results. So in the paper, people might think that, but after you're gonna come here and with the conditions and the pass, and there are certain players that play better, and the certain players that don't. So so far I'm just thinking that I'm happy that I'm in second round, and that's what I'm gonna take.
Also through to the second round is Petra Kvitova, but she did a little harder with a 7-5, 7-5 win over former world number 1 Jelena Jankovic. The Czech, who's seeded 13, returned to competition in May, 5 months after being stabbed in her hand by an intruder at her home. This will now play France's Elise Cornet next. And Venus Williams has been beaten this year in both the Australian Open and in Wimbledon finals, but she's a 2-time winner of this event. She's through to the second round, but it took 3 sets to see off Slovakia's Victoria Kuzmova. And Maria Sharapova is currently on Arthur Ashe Stadium playing her first match at a Grand Slam since returning from her 15-month doping ban. The Russian is up against second-seeded Romanian Simona Halep, where it's been a first set of long points and breaks of serve. It's currently 4-3 to Sharapova. In the men's draw, 2014 champion Marin Cilic navigated his way through safely to the second round. The Croat needed 4 sets and just under 3 hours, though, to beat the American Tennys Sandgren in his first final to Roger Federer. Joe Wilfried-Tsonga is also through to the next round after he produced 38 winners to claim a straight sets victory over Romania's Marius Kerpel. The 32-year-old Frenchman will now play Canada's Denis Shapovalov. Moving to cricket, where Moeen Ali helped England hold the advantage heading into the final day of the second test against West Indies at Headingley. The tourists require a further 317 runs to win on Tuesday after Ali made 84 to help his side declare on 490 for 8. Patrick Geary was watching in Leeds.
I think you could make a case for this being the best test match we've seen in England all summer long. It's been an absorbing match with momentum going in both directions, and it did so several times today alone. The England captain Joe Root started the day at the crease. He added to his overnight total to make 72 before he was caught. Dawood Malan nearly followed him, but he was dropped, a costly mistake for West Indies. He then grafted for 50, an important 50 in the context of the match. A contrasting half-century by Ben Stokes, who played beautifully, some lovely attacking cricket, but unfortunately he gave his wicket away. He was caught on the boundary when England's lead still wasn't really sufficient, and they lost a cluster of wickets then. Malan went bowled and Bairstow went to a very poor shot, reverse sweeping when the situation didn't demand that. England were only around 150 ahead at that point, so they needed the contribution of Moeen Ali, who soothed everyone's nerves at Headingley. He made 84 beautiful runs. He bats at number 8. There is no one better in his position in the world. He was assisted by Chris Wokes at 9, who made his own 50, and England declared, thinking that they might be able to get a few West Indian batsmen out before the close, with a lead of 321 before the West Indies innings. They didn't take any wickets, England, but they will still fancy their chances of victory on day 5. We might yet see Jimmy Anderson's 500th test wicket. We will probably see an England victory. It's not certain. In the context of this test match, it's very difficult to make predictions.
Last day pitch, as a sole spinner, I think you always look like you're going to bowl. Hopefully it'll be overcast for the seamers as well, and I feel when the sun's out it's quite nice to bat, and then when it's overcast it's not as easy. The wicket feels like it's a bit softer and stuff, so and I think that helps the spinners as well, so hopefully I can get a good bowl tomorrow.
Do you relish that prospect that all eyes are going to be on you as you try to spin out the West Indies tomorrow?
I think so. I mean, I feel like I've been bowling quite well lately. I mean, first things I didn't get any wickets, but hopefully secondly, the last 2 days of this test match is my days after dropping that catch first innings.
Bangladesh hold a lead of 88 runs with 9 wickets remaining, heading into day 3 of the first test against Australia. Shakib Al Hassan took figures of 5 for 68 as his side dismissed the tourists for 217 in their opening innings. The hosts lost a wicket of Sumya Sarkar towards the end of the day as they closed on 45 for 1. On to football news, and Barcelona have presented Ousmane Dembele to the world's media after paying Borussia Dortmund around $175 million for the forward. That's a significant chunk of the $261 million they received for Neymar, expensive player in history behind the Brazilian. Michelle Wee is out of at least the next 2 LPGA events after undergoing emergency appendix surgery in Ottawa. 2014 US Open champion withdrew from the Canadian Pacific Women's Open before the final round on Sunday. She was then admitted to hospital where she had an operation. We finished third in the Women's British Open earlier this month and was part of the victorious USA team in the Solheim Cup. Now, as Conor McGregor discovered over the weekend when he was beaten by 40-year-old Floyd Mayweather, boxing's a tough sport. Not one you normally associate with pensioners, but women of a certain age in the South African township of Cosmo City are learning how to protect themselves and get fit.
If somebody try to attack me, I will punch him really. Really, I will hit him badly.
So now we're just gonna go 1, 2, 1, 2. Right now we've got more than about 30 ladies. We take them from 60 and above. On your guard, Gok, on your guard, on your guard, don't forget.
Yang tanda yang tan pukul. Mana nang ini lah. Bamba, bamba. Anak ini nang lalu. Mak Islam mau sedang semua lagi.
I've never trained somebody that old. I've always thought they're fragile, you know, only to realize that there's more to them and there's more to what they wanted to do. So I gave them an opportunity and they ended up training me instead of me training them because their energy level was just too high.
You know, I found a gym helped me a lot because I'm diabetes and I got asthma, high blood. Then I found my diabetes and my high blood, they coming back to the normal.
I would like to say support your elders. They need your
Ngày gắn cũng xin chinh những Việt Nam.
Have said they'll be donating $4 million to the Hurricane Harvey Relief Fund after the terrible natural disaster that continues to afflict those through Texas and Louisiana. Added to this, the NFL franchise, the Houston Texans and the NFL themselves will each donate a further $1 million each. Now, just to give a quick recap on Maria Sharapova is playing on Arthur Ashe Stadium against world number 2 Simona Halep. It's currently 4 games all and 40-15 on serve to Sharapova. She's looking at going 5-4 up in the opening set. That's all we've got time for. From me, Tolson Toller and the team. Bye-bye.
The warm spots have already recorded over a. There's the added risk of tornadoes here as well. West largely dry and with temperatures above average for the watching it could then threaten the Baja California Peninsula later on in the week. We'll keep you posted on Jose. Sunshine. South Africa looking mainly fine. Heavy downpours with a risk of next few days. Bit of a low cloud on Wednesday. Elsewhere largely fine. with some spells of sun. Very heavy rain will affect the northwest. On Karachi, likely to turn into the west coast of India from Mumbai. More scattered, more in the way of dry weather. There could be some flash flooding here. To stay away from land, certainly for the time being, but the remnants of an old tropical storm continuing to trundle westwards across southern China, Vietnam, and then other parts of Southeast Asia. Continue across the southwest of Australia, 19 degrees. Across the south and down towards stage. That rain just beginning to fringe into the North Island, perhaps with the odd rumble of thunder. Online.
That they've made for our common defense.
Big names talk, they talk to the BBC.
Partnership. Just to
KBC News, broadcasting to our viewers in raised tensions on the Korean catastrophic forecast in the coming days. By helicopter, battle and recovery. Of murder, the nurse who may be Germany's most prolific. Found hundreds of and the latest in a series of tests which near Pyongyang, Atlanta, over to Limai in South Korean capital.
The president here has just concluded the government has condemned what North Korea has done. The counterpart on what steps can be taken. Has had a conversation of provocation from Pyongyang. Last year they fired a nuclear on the official news agency. It is their way of replying to an unprecedented has actually flown over Japan, and we the northern island of
This is indeed quite provocative. bases there. Japanese and American forces actually just wrapped up an exercise action right now ahead of the U.S. South Thursday. But as you say, there has State Rex Tillerson exercising restraint on the he would continue peaceful pressure takes a tougher line on North Korea and at a by Kim Jong-un was a you've seen but we have
in the program. Suzanne and Yogita, thank you both. Now the flooding in issues a warning they expect nearly 500,000 people to seek assistance. President Trump is due to visit Texas on worst hit areas.
Ranger. They have water. People here and from the authorities. The authority has been crazy. Overwhelmed by the scale for help who came to the rescue.
So really in moments like this,
boats buzz up and down the river, and the situation more than 20 delicate soldiers from the National Guard
of Texas. When you watch the spirit and the
Texas is now saturated and it is struck on rising. News.
American Harvey for the just people
working hard, as we saw in these devastating we have is much higher now and the just 30 more inches of rain will be
people talking about 1,000 million or more.
Any disaster of people. There's things I told it. Family members are. Some difficult thing that people don't think about for disaster. Kind of get through the impact. Even go help in a shelter, and they were able to get upstairs and realize she actually helped people, because she said that's really where her Thanks for having me.
Let's speak now.
Off in the distance. We got out here again. Has not stopped since the rain began. 40 inches of rain, and we've got another major arteries around the city, and it is around and that much more difficult for them.
Sound for CBS to call. Now let's round up some as proposed to see crossing the Mediterranean and increasing aid to the transit countries. This whole started in 2002. Balance on so they expect 5 men suspected of possession of Uttar province. The city of Clovis says 2 people have been killed.
As darkness falls tonight, an unfamiliar light will appear in the southeastern sky. An orange glowing disk that's brighter than anything save the moon, our neighbouring planet, Mars.
It'll take months and billions of dollars.
In 117 years. So it was with to set the clock going.
On the Korean Peninsula get worse in the coming days. That main story now. We can speak to Daniel Pinkston, Professor of International Relations at Troy University. He's based in Seoul. Professor, what do you make of this?
Well, it's an resolutions. Again, in the area. Space and splash down in the Pacific Ocean.
North Korea has fired
danger. This poses a danger, even though it's a low probability.
Japan's allies.
They would like to unify the penalties or punishment for they would like to be accepted as a peer nuclear state and the international community into accepting its demands.
For his country, he says he'll do his utmost to protect the public.
Well, the rest of the cost to North Korea ensure that North Korea punish North Korea if necessary, to deny their fair artillery in a number of other areas. To divided, they're uncomfortable with the U.S. And other allies.
Professor, all the latest track. /news. Is now a suspect in at least 84 murder. Intensive care patient.
But he by the
If the clues are
leaks, he would overdose patients, triggering a heart attack and then resuscitate them.
Auch die Gesamtumstände
Who knew, and by turning a blind of a man who may yet
more of the main news for you briefly. China is in its foreign ministry confirmed troops were Indian troops were trespassing and it was pleased they'd pulled back. Union's chief negotiator Michel Barnier has warned without the UK offering sufficient clarity on trading relationship with the EU, causing the death Saturday. Police in the south of England say weather patterns make it very unlikely that a suspected floods 150. The gas has cleared now, but there's an investigation to try to find the source. Street Festival did not disappoint. Hundreds of thousands descended on Notting Hill to enjoy the sunshine and the final day of Carnival. Elaine Dunkley was there.
Of the sound system playing to crowds.
Yeah. That wakes up, and it's just
is itself
West Indian immigrants facing racism. The street party in it's bigger than Glastonbury. 40 sound systems.
Yeah, but I really enjoy coming.
They plan it in advance. We've been doing it for 24 years now.
And so, as the sun again,
South Korea does on a range of criteria, including the use of colour. Main story again, North Korea has was nearly 3,000 kilometres over Japan's northern island of Hokkaido. Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said the launch was an unprecedented, serious and grave threat to the nation, and he would do his best, he said, to protect the nation. Much more on all the news anytime on the BBC.
Hello. Now, the worst of that is now still some heavy downpours, but not with to be further west. Torrential downpours of India, some heavy showers. Tamil Nadu for Andhra Pradesh here, not as much rain, more in the way of dry weather, and then up into Bhutan and Nepal. Spells of sunshine across much of this region. Thursday afternoon, getting close to 40 degrees there in Ashgabat, 30 the high. Some heavy downpours for a time in Karachi, Chennai and Colombo, all at risk of some very heavy downpours.
Sporty when you want.
We're really concerned, just as we know from our
seems to be.
There is a certain
start my own company. I thought they'd probably object to it, so I did. As a result, people remember me more.
I don't separate people by race, color, religion, and if I do, it's because I celebrate.
And religion come.
We expect our allies to
We are trying to close up as best as possible. When big names talk, they talk to the BBC.
From BBC News, North Korea has fired a missile that's flown over Japan. Japan's serious and grave threat to the nation. The UN Security Council is due to meet on Tuesday. Devastates the region. Officials in Germany is now subjected and
Now on BBC World News, Asia Business Report.
Northern Japan. For Asia Business Report, I'm Rico. As investors turn towards safe haven over northern Japan. And they're calling it a clear violation, 108 points. That's 0.6% at 19,343. For more on Asian market reaction, we're joined by my colleague Sharanjit Lail. We just took a look at the Nikkei, down by 0.6%.
Well, I mean, obviously this is an open we were expecting. We saw seeing the actual Nikkei, and that's how it's performing. I should add as well that South Korea, that's all lower, but they're not under 1% at the moment. What we've also seen, for instance, the Japanese yen has rising to 9.5-month highs. This even we've seen Prime Minister Abe from Japan has agreed to increase the pressure on North Korea.
So we could potentially see Asian stock market prices depressed for the remainder of the trade. From Harvey, which is forecast to stay around the Texas fall last Friday in Houston. A day of refining capacity has currently in early Asian trade. The light sweet crude during a disaster of this kind.
Oil is as a gasoline distillates. Around in the world at the moment. The bottleneck is this too. So that is going to cause.
Is there still enough global capacity?
Yes, there is enough capacity to refine products. It's just.
Expert from Owanda. Moving on now to a orange shortage. There isn't enough of the homegrown food. One reason for the shortfall stems from huge demand from
laden with oranges, but however fast
warned they can no longer expect their plenty in the shops.
Don't know about the shortage?
No.
Orders for fruit, we just oranges led by China.
This season they were sucked up. Thought we'd do of whole orange.
Australia exports to decade.
There's big demand, not just for
not that it's always a need in China after concentrate on the quality of exports rather than the quantity.
Where can we offer them a traceable back, what its origin is, you know, increasing
seems to use Adelaide.
Indonesia is the world's largest archipelago, and many would assume that all that's here, including 75,000 tons from Australia. Here's a look at what
Yearly, Indonesia uses around 4.1 million tons of salt, 700 2.2 million tons. That's a
on
that's being maybe behind could process
And I spoke earlier with industry analyst David Chang in Jakarta.
Would be insufficient to meet 4.1 million tons per annum, and to perhaps encourage and also opening up land allocation for salt farming. That could, I suppose, help to increase the salt supply in Indonesia.
And that was analyst David Chang on the salt shortage in over the northern islands in Japan. 127 points. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index just opened in the regional bourses at this hour. Thank you so much for
Business Report is sponsored by AccorHotels.com.
These days, there are many places. Hotels.com. You'll always make the right choice. Every night, from ultra luxury to great value economy. Instant benefits. Book now on AccorHotels.com. Download the Accor Hotels app and always feel welcome.
फूल को बिरयानी इतनी पसंद आई कि पैक करवा के ले गया। तुम्हें पार्टी ऑर्डर्स लेने चाहिए। तुम बेकरी खोलना, नहीं रेस्टोरेंट, और त्रिशाज नाम रखना।
तुम तो ऐसे बोल रहे हो जैसे तुम ऋषि।
मैं रहूं या नहीं, त्रिशाज तो खुलना चाहिए।
मैनेजर बना लो।
प्लान्स बनाते रहो, जिंदगी सजाते रहो। LIC के एंडाउमेंट प्लान्स, सेविंग्स और सिक्योरिटी दोनों के बेनिफिट्स के साथ। LIC, जिंदगी के साथ भी, जिंदगी के बाद भी।
Follow the best of BBC News on social media. You just have always rely on us for news.
We only hear the negative ones. We bring you the about a continent with some of the only on BBC World News.
I'm bringing you the big names. Join me and on the BBC Sports app.
Latest news and
Sport Today is sponsored by Sony Bravia.
Stand match. Hunter is out in the first round after losing to Serbia's Aleksandra Krunic. Defensive footballer in history. Welcome to the program where we start with the tennis news. Open in New York. Now the Russian who's playing 10-month doping ban. Now the Russian who was Simona Halep, and it is currently 4. Set up. Staying with tennis, world number 7, Johanna Konta has been knocked semi-finals at Wimbledon. Ideas.
Very much aware that how sport goes.
China's Duan Jingying.
Might think that, but after you get
seeded 13, returned to competition in May, 5 months after being next up. The Australian The Australian Open and Wimbledon final. Joe Wolf. Straight sets victory over heading into the final day of the 17 runs to win on Tuesday after Ali made was watching in Leeds.
72 before he was caught. Dawid Malan nearly followed him in the context of the attacking cricket. Wasn't really sufficient and they lost the contribution of Moeen Ali, who soothed. There is no one better in 50, and England declared, thinking that they didn't take any wickets, England, but they might yet see Jimmy Anderson. In the context of this test match is very.
You always look like you're going to bowl. Hopefully it'll be overcast for the seamers as well, and I feel as easy the wicket feels. Hopefully I can.
On you as you try to spin out the West Indies tomorrow?
2 seconds.
Staying with cricket, Bangladesh. His side dismissed the tourists for 217 in their opening innings. The hosts lost the wicket of Sumya Saka towards the end of the day as they have presented Usman Dembele to the world's media after paying 11 shirt. Dembele, Brazilian. Michelle Weir is out of at least the next 2 LPGA events after undergoing emergency appendix surgery. Monday, she was then admitted to hospital where she had an operation. We again when he was beaten by 40-year-old Floyd Mayweather. Boxing's a rather tough sport, not one you normally associate with pensioners, but women of a certain age in the South African township of Cosmo City are learning how to protect themselves and at the same time get fit.
Wow. I will punch him really.
Now we're just gonna go 1, 2. More than about 30 ladies. Don't forget I've always thought, and there's more to what they wanted to do, training them because their energy level was just too high.
Because I'm diabetes and I got they coming back to the normal.
Encourage them because at home they are within yourself as well.
Việt Nam tranh nhạc sĩ dân thêm làm ăn được là nhiều.
She came back from her 15-month doping ban. Is currently on Arthur Ashe against Simona Halep, the world number 2. It's currently 5-4 to Halep in the second set. Sharapova took the first. Till next time, though, from me and Tolson Toller and the team, bye-bye.
Sport Today is sponsored by Sony Bravia.
When you want.
Gentlemen, if you want a beat, like Indians. And if it has to be, dance like Indians.
Coach, shouldn't we also fly like Indians?
Absolutely.
Namaste.
And if I do, it's because I celebrate the diversity.
We expect our allies to keep their word.
This divide, we are trying.
KBC.
But mo ẹsẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó fẹ́ tight díẹ̀ so don train mi báwo ló ṣe máa post báwo ló ṣe máa ṣe kìíní báwo ló ṣe máa ṣe kìíní àmọ́ ń sìn so ó ti wà easy fún mi sìn tó ti mọ́ mi lára.
Similar raindrops. But this one would not fall unnoticed. And you were ready for it.
The world of seeking new opportunities around the globe. Innovations underpins everything.
From every angle. When you've reported the facts, whatever the obstacles. If you've asked the questions, others won't. When you've never taken sides in any war, revolution or election. When you've come
Very warm welcome to BBC. These tensions on the Korean peninsula as North Korea's latest missile passes over northern Japan. The UN Security Council will meet to discuss the launch. Catastrophic flooding in Texas and Louisiana forces thousands into shelters. More rain is forecast in the coming days. Up to 2,000 have been
Texas and Louisiana battle and recover from this very devastating and historic storm.
84 counts of murder. The nurse who may be Germany's most prolific serial killer since the Second World War. The final day of Carnival. Which has crossed northern Japan, the latest in a series of tests which have landed in the sea east of Cape Arimo. The UN Security Council will meet to discuss the launch on Tuesday night in New York. Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has described it as a grave threat.
The
North Korean missile has launched, passed over our nation and landed in the Pacific Ocean. The government had been monitoring the launch from the moment it was fired, and we have done our utmost to ensure the safety of the people. The missile, which passed over our nation, represents the greatest and gravest threat to our nation ever. It is also a threat to the peace and stability of the Asia-Pacific region.
Prime Minister Abe there. I spoke just now to the BBC's Suzanne Kiampo in Washington and Yoga Tilimai in Seoul about the reaction to the launch.
Well, a meeting of the National Security Council that was chaired by the president here has just concluded. The government has condemned what North Korea has done. The foreign minister has said that she's going to be talking to U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson shortly, and also to her Japanese counterpart on what steps can be taken ahead. In Japan as well, we are hearing that the Prime Minister has had a conversation with U.S. President Donald Trump, but it's being seen as a very serious escalation from North Korea. This is a time in August when the US and South Korean forces and we always see some kind of provocation from Pyongyang. Last year they fired a nuclear test in September shortly after these drills, and although we haven't heard from North Korea yet, there's nothing on the official news agencies yet. The response usually is that it is their way of replying to these joint military drills that are taking place, being seen as a very serious and unprecedented escalation as well, because it has been years since a North Korean missile has actually flown over Japan, and we do know that in the north of the country this actually the northern island of Hokkaido, and this happened about 6 a.m. local time here.
Suzanne, in Washington, it had seemed that the rhetoric, at least, was winding down a bit recently. How provocative is this from Washington's point of view?
This is indeed quite provocative. Japan is a major ally of the United States. There are several U.S. military bases there. Japanese and American forces actually just wrapped up in exercises on that very island that the missile flew over. Now, the connection right now is unclear, but we had seen North Korea make threats ahead of the U.S.-South Korea military drills, which aren't due to wrap up until Thursday. But as you say, there has been a toning down of rhetoric in Washington. A U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson had commended North Korea and Kim Jong-un for exercising restraint. On the Sunday shows, he even continued to stick to his diplomatic line and say that he would continue peaceful pressure. Now, on the other hand, President Trump, takes a tougher line on North Korea and he said that the scaling back of missile launches by Kim Jong-un was a sign that he was, quote, starting to respect us. Now, we haven't actually seen statements come out from the president or from the Secretary of State, from Trump or Tillerson, but we have seen that the Japanese Prime Minister has asked the United Nations to step in and ramp up pressure.
Suzanne Kiampo and Yoga Tilimai for Non-Proliferation Studies in Monterey in California. Dave, very good to talk to you. I think North Korea has fired rockets over Japan before.
Action. However, this is I believe the first time they've done it with a missile that is, or a rocket system that is only used for offensive purposes. The previous launches over Japan in 2009 and 1998 were satellite launch vehicles.
So if this was an intercontinental ballistic missile, all sorts of things could have gone seriously wrong.
Right. So if they're testing a missile that is prone to failure or something that isn't guaranteed to work, tons of things could have gone wrong had the debris fallen out of the sky and landed somewhere on Japanese territory.
Does North Korea have any strategic interest in threatening Japan as such, or is this just a way to get at Japan's allies, the US and South Korea?
This may be a way for them to, threaten Japan. However, they did previously threaten to test a missile towards Guam. The missile that, from the information we have available now, that we think they tested was a Hwasong 12, which was the missile that is intended for Guam, and I believe from the last news reports I read, the missile did fail. So it might have actually been a way for the North Koreans to test a missile to the range of what would be Guam without actually testing towards Guam.
Do you see any meaningful pressure the West can exert to convince North Korea it is serious about stopping its weapons and missile and nuclear program?
Right. Well, I think, applied sanctions are always a good thing. However, at this point, that hasn't stopped North Korea's strategic weapons program. So the only option I think that we have left.
People may be wondering, there seemed to have been no attempt by Japan to shoot down this missile. Would it just have been too high for that?
From what I've been reading, I believe that it was because the missile was too high.
All right, Dave, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, you can get all the latest reaction to North Korea's latest missile test on our website. There is full background too on Pyongyang's missile program and analysis on just how advanced it actually is. Just go to bbc.com/news. The flooding in Texas, already catastrophic, is expected to get much worse. Officials are warning they expect nearly 500,000 people to seek assistance. Waters are still rising. Helicopters and hundreds of specialist vehicles have been deployed in the rescue effort. An emergency has also been declared now in neighboring Louisiana, which is in the path of Storm Harvey. President Trump is due to visit Texas on Tuesday. He described the storm as historic and the biggest ever. James Cook has the latest from Houston, one of the areas worst hit.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Family after family abandoning their homes to the water. People here are and they have been overwhelmed by the scale of this crisis. 3 days after Hurricane Harvey, in this suburb of Houston, they called for help all night, but no one answered. In the end, it wasn't police or firefighters who came to the rescue, but some friends with a boat. They say they called 911 and
Just grateful to actually the whole community seeing we had something to go out and help in moments like this we all need it.
so far, and the situation is developing. Many more are still waiting to be rescued. In desperation, all they can do is to cling on and call for help. In Houston alone, more than 20 helicopters are flying rescue missions, but pulling people. Texas brings in 12,000 soldiers from the National Guard to help.
It is a historic. So the people are handling. And when you watch the spirit,
this is now BBC News.
Our self-styled spiritual leader will spend 20 years in jail. Gurmeet faced charges including murder, conspiracy, a woman in the city of Clovis. Much more.
Party, and he accepts. I have.
Light will appear in the southeastern sky.
What Katrina achieved in just.
The great clock has been off duty in 117 years. So it was.
Korean Peninsula Council will meet to discuss the launch. Worse in the coming days. Red Cross. She gave us the latest just now.
Includes Red Cross volunteers. We actually expect the number. A lot of work to some couple of days, so it's
evacuated.
We have eat meals and neighbors, government needs of people who things I think for something like this are some difficult thing that people is to talk into.
Stories, because a lot of your volunteers are as badly.
Red Cross volunteers are from the floodwaters had started. Were receding, and so she said that's really where her heart was.
Janelle, on support for a three-point action to process this. African leaders in Paris. Sarah Corker reports.
For Europe, many needed to stop at a summit in straining relationships between
and passing by the It's a challenge as much for the EU as for the African Union.
Poverty and political relationship. The French president will
I hope that the support we have been waiting for a long time will come.
African countries stem the flow of money. Europe by 6. And turn.
We wanted to emigrate to Italy and we made it.
A nurse serving a life sentence for murder. He could become.
In Delmenhorst Hospital, then the deaths of many patients, in our opinion, could have been prevented.
He would overdose patients, triggering a heart pattern could go unnoticed.
Auch die gesamte eingewirkt hat.
Tonight, and by turning a blind eye, BBC News.
Will become the first leader of the Catholic of the Muslim Rohingya. Security forces passing with a truck driver in the UK. 8 people on the M1 motorway. A second truck driver will be caught next. It's very unlikely that a
buoyant, eccentric. Heroes of the sound system playing
a message, yeah? As I hear the music, that wakes up. So boom, and then I'm like.
the music. Started by West Indian immigrants. Now it's the biggest street. Hill is 10 times bigger than Glastonbury. 40 sound systems.
And yeah, but I really.
Carnival.
Just where else? A second baby girl. Painting techniques. News again, North Korea has fired a missile over Japan's northern Hokkaido island. Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe said the launch was an unprecedented, serious and grave threat to the nation. That's it for now. Thank you for watching.
South Asia at this time of year, but they tend Bangladesh seeing some drier weather on Tuesday. Monsoon depression intensifying the rain. You can see close to Karachi some heavy rain. Certainly right down the west coast towards Kerala, some heavy showers. Tamil Nadu, for Andhra Pradesh, and a drier theme across northeastern India. Not with the ferocity that we can experience at this time of year, and it's a very heavy rain at times in Karachi, and some heavy rain at times in Colombo.
Gentlemen, if you want to beat the Indians, you have to like India.
We also fly like India.
Namaste.
Non-stop you. Lufthansa.
Follow the best of BBC. Have to share. Or a live broadcast from the heart of the action. Something that gives you a unique perspective. Videos that make you react. Whether it's short and snappy, or in-depth and detailed. Always rely on us for news you can trust.
With the BBC News app, our vertical videos are designed to work around your lifestyle, so you can swipe your way through the news of the day and stay up to date with the latest headlines you can trust. Download now from selected app stores.
Latest headlines for you from BBC News. North Korea has fired a missile that's flown over Japan before crashing into the sea. Japan's Prime Minister called the launch an unprecedented, serious and grave threat to the nation. The UN Security Council will meet to discuss the launch. President Trump has pledged his full support for the states of Texas and neighboring Louisiana. Both have been devastated by massive flooding from Tropical Storm Harvey. A forecast.
Good morning, Kenya. Happy morning. I appreciate that you switched on your television and found a preacher just telling you habari yako asubuhi ya leo. I thank God because you have just woke and it was given to you. Just know that the day was given to you, no matter how. Of Job chapter number 33 and verses 19, the word of God says that men dwell in a house of clay. This is a word that Job spoke one time, that a man dwell in a house of clay. And if you dwell in a cheap, the material that made man is very cheap. Are dependent of your creator. And today, because you are just very or a diamond, you are just a clay. I want to lift your of your creator. You can get sick, you can, because you are the reason you live as a dependent that made you with a very cheap material. He wants you to remain and to read. For me to come back in the evening, I am not living. So God wants blessing. You are the way you are. Peter says that all men are like grass. To make us in that form. That's my view. I walk out of the they are just simply made so that they can live. Walk with this man watching me and give them a bread today. Give them what world. Any word that would come like a spear to them, I broke it. I pray that no accident with them, go with them, and come back with them because they depend on you. I pray believing that, trusting that God, you are together with us since we are simply made. In Jesus' name. I am Reverend Dr. David Kariuki, praying with you and standing with you until the day is over. May God bless you. We meet next time.
Amjambo mtazamaji popote pale ulipo, unapoendelea kutegea runinga nguvu KBC Channel 1. Sio jambo la kawaida kuona siku kama ya leo. Wandugu wetu Waislamu popote pale ulipo, wassalamu alaikum. Bila kusahau wale wandugu zetu wa Kristo, Bwana asifiwe popote pale ulipo. Bila kusahau wale mandugu zetu wa kina Yahe, mambo vipi? Mambo mazuri. Natumai ya kwamba unaendelea kutegea runinga nguvu KBC Channel 1. Ni asubuhi nyingine tumejitolea kuhakikisha kwamba leo tukupeleke pole pole. Tukikuwa kwenye baiskeli, tuko na rafiki yangu wa nguvu ambaye amejitolea Judy. Wameamua rafiki yangu, twende kazi.
Okay, 1, 2, 8, 9, bring it up here, push it up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, last time. 8, 9, last time, drop. 5, 4, 1 more, last. Again, 2, 5, 8, increase the pace, 6, 8, 9, last time, give me plus 1. 1, 2, 1, 7, back 1, 7, keep your back straight, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 1, 7, 3, 4, 8, 7, 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 8, 7, 6. Yeah. 8, 7. One more here. 8. Give me 8 more here. 3. Then back. 3. Here. 1, 2, 1. Push it down. 5, 4. Give me 4. 10. 5.
5. Triceps. In. Bring your left hand in here. I want you to come here. 3. 9. 10 more for you. 1, 2, 3. Out here and out. Some shoulders, some. 4. Up. Again. 8. 9. 1, 2, 3. 9 last time. Bring it down. 2, 3, 4. Time is out here. Go. 8, 9. Give me 10 more here. 1, 2. Inside. Shoulders and triceps. 1. Out. 2. Out. 3. Out. 4. 5, 6, again, 7, 8, 9, one more. Now take it out here for 1, 2, 3. 8, 9 last time. Come up here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 last time. Drop it down. Keep moving. Give me +1. Yes. You're going to take on some higher. Yes. And stay there. Bring it up. Bring it up. Good. 7, 8, 9, 10. I go to my friend here. He will count. 3, 4, 5. Ready. 6. 1, 2, and get ready. 3, 4, 5. 2, push it, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, nice and easy. Bring it back up. 8, 9, 10 more for you. 8, 9, give me 10, sprint, push it, come on. 6, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7. 2, 3, 4. Are you ready? 5, 6, 7. 2, 3. 9, nice. 5, 6, 2, 3, 4. Go. 6, 1, 2, 8. We are here. comes in. Down, up. 5, 8, 1, 5, 7, good. 8, 1, 4, good. Down, right, left. Down, lift, now hold it here. Those hands, those 4, 5, 1, just down a bit for 1, 5, 9 and 10. So grab 4, reach, 3, left goes and pull your toes up. 8, pull, 2 and back. 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, left hand this side, 3, 'Down, breathe, breathe up, out, give yourself a
Umepelekwa mbili. Victor amehakikisha baadhi ya wale marafiki wangu ambao nakwambia kazi yake na nafahamu kazi yake hapa utampata kazi Woodovik. Endelea kuwa nasi, shinda vyema.
Go finish your work before Kenda comes. Sasa sasa kuona TV. Tuko na kazi na lazima tulize.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha nikienda na napata kazi nzuri.
My sister, if you believe and you have faith and you pray, God will grant you the job.
Pastor, sio ndio kazi yako?
These lands are lying idle, whereas if we use socialism, we'll be able to make this land into use, we'll boost our agriculture, and we'll be able to produce more food.
Though socialism has helped in some way, it still cannot be able to end, and Mark, you have used the word end, poverty in our country.
It will eradicate the social classes. These social classes are the ones that are making people more and more greedy.
Tanzania has not ended poverty through socialism, but Kenya, we are at a better place compared to Tanzania.
These lands are lying idle, whereas if we use socialism, we'll be able to make this land into use, we'll boost our agriculture, and we'll be able to produce more food.
Though socialism has helped in some way, it still cannot be able to end, and Mark, you have used the word end, poverty in our country.
It will eradicate the social classes. These social classes are the ones that are making people more and more greedy.
Tanzania has not ended poverty through socialism, but Kenya, we are at a better place compared to Tanzania.
I will fulfill my dreams.
In sweet tears, Amanda, remember.
We sing happy birthday to you. Happy birthday celebration. Party night, we feel the vibration. Lights are bright, we're feeling alright. We're dancing till the morning light.
Kucheza kidogo, kuringa kidogo, kujiachia.
Kweli nimekwambia, mume wangu ni shemeji yako, na mwaitafuni, na mwina mumunya, kabadika, mimi na bandua, ni maarifa, unalonijua.
On Magical Scenes, we bring you more of field experience and understanding. This is a tourism segment that is not limited to storytelling. One area you'd love to be anytime. It's about digging into the facts with focus. When you see mountains, we see exploration. When you see wildlife, we see compassion. It's a bit friendly. To us, the beach is an ideal tropical holiday destination. As a team, we are going that extra mile to bring you this award-winning program.
Inapofika weekendi, unataka mahali utachangamshwa.
Sinifanyia Jose, tange kajamira, ase.
Mahali ambapo utapata nafasi ya kuuliza maswali na kupewa majibu.
Nimekaa bila kukuja.
Nimekaa bila kukucha, shida si mimi, shida Barbara. Sasa lazima ugae, ujunge mtoto, ingine ameingia, gaa junga, la sasa endelea maisha.
I play no game, I'm so rafiki. Ukija kama upepo utapepea, ukijifanya na mapepo tunakemea. Unawatizama chini Salome wangu, ukivuna jongo.
Nataka uburudishwe.
Inama kidogo,
usisimuliwe.
Shika magoti,
urelax.
naona saa Kila siku ni zawadi toka Maulana, so haja gani ushike tama mama.
Ngara nami Kazo Mungela.
Nami Ron Cliff Odit katika Mahanjam. Kila siku ya Ijumaa saa 1:30 mpaka saa 3 usiku.
Go finish your work before Kenda comes. Sasa saa kuona TV. Tuko na kazi na lazima tumalize.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha nikienda ninafuata kazi nzuri.
My sister,
kazi yako.
You don't want to see me laugh.
What do you mean? Going to learn this thing.
What?
Sit down.
Why, mwalimu why?
You are going.
Usiniingize kwa noma buda.
These lands are lying idle, whereas if we use socialism, we'll food.
Though socialism has helped in some way, it still cannot be able to end, and McHugh have used the word end, poverty in our country.
It will eradicate the social classes. These social classes are the ones that are making people more and more greedy.
Tanzania has not ended poverty through socialism, but Kenya.
I will fulfill my dreams.
Lights are bright, we're feeling alright.
Program Good Morning Kenya, this being the latest and what has been happening on 8th of August. That is this is a busy week indeed. As well, Kanuchi. And today, being Tuesday, we have a lot lined up for you. The women and the question for the implementation of the 2/3 agenda. Remains GMK KBC characterized the first of the arguments endorsed free, fair and credible.
Presented its case before the petition and Kalonzo Musyoka results streamed by the Electoral Commission.
Each consistent pattern in difference. President Kenyatta of 11%. Of those stages. Mr. Odinga at 40. These results were coming randomly from across the country. Be possible to have such a consistent gap.
We have
The legal team questioning why the Electoral Commission chairperson Wafula Chebukati announced the election
Is 11th of August. From 34B's 103. 34A's 29,000. This is the day the IEBC announced a winner. And they to make us conclude that what we have not received will not make. In my submissions, I refer to them as data, but my lords, what I want you to carry away from on section 30.
the team poked holes, saying some Form 34Bs did constituencies according claimed
ballot papers used 883 polling stations. Forms as
this such constituencies.
Lawyer Issa Mansour representing some declared results emanated
and some affidavit. Those allegations not in the Gazette notice.
With the legal team representing in amicus curiae.
Being directed to use alternative routes as the hearing of the presidential petition kicked off, security agencies erected
public with continuity. Police erected barriers along notable cameras to monitor the situation and used as blockades, with police direct you were briefly denied access to the Supreme Court.
bringing you more coverage from the Supreme Court later this morning. So to have
Nowadays, she's not packaging the same in plastic paper bags. Violet says she is supporting the ban on plastic given the environmental concerns raised.
Wanasema inaharibu mazingira kwa choo, zina block choo, saa zingine.
A few meters away, Njogosh, as he is commonly known, is waiting for clients at his green grocery. The government to crack the whip on manufacturing.
Hata kwa mastores zimaliza.
Sasa akikuja kwa gunia.
Man has elicited 1,000 shillings.
Mali tunatoa
his budget. That.
And even on our roads, it's brought about by
the government has maintained its stand on the ban through
members of the momentum. Despite directives by the court to have the 11th Parliament pass the bill into law, Kenyans went to the poll electing a expressing intent to seek guidance from the courts on ways to have Parliament ensure proper representation of women in all legislative assemblies.
If you swear in an constitutional parliament which has got no that parliament is still
public bodies shall be of the same gender. Despite the 12th
judiciary sent to the newsrooms by the judiciary election petitions for the
Apart from the ongoing presidential petition, Raba's election as senator is being contested at the High Court in Kerogoya. 20 petitions regarding the election of members of county assemblies have been filed in various magistrate courts in 15 counties. Garissa, Kakamega and Wajir have 3 cases each, the highest number of petitions filed per county so far. Any persons intending to contest the results of the election is required to file the for the county's prosperity. The call was made by Anglican Church Archbishop Jackson Olesapit, who led an interdenominational prayer meeting in Narok County that brought together the county's political class who pledged to work together.
Viongozi wetu walioshinda na wale ambao hawakufaulu kwa uchaguzi uliopita, hii safari sasa ni safari ya mapatano, ni safari ya kujenga amani katikati yetu, safari ya kuunga mkono wale wamepita ili kwa muda walio nao waweze kufaulu katika kazi.
Yale ambayo imepita
tushikane mkono.
Sama bishop na tumekuja kutoshana sisi.
Legislators for who was speaking
anapaswa kuwa ni mfanyikazi wa wananchi na anapaswa kulipa mshahara mchache.
For the execution of the ongoing nurses strike. The chairperson, John B., is peddling rumors regarding the validity of the nurses' CBA.
Approaching is the third month mark with no end in sight for the nurses' strike stalemate, and as public health facilities remain deserted with accusing his predecessor John B. cause is still on.
KNUN is from office in
Ngwasi says B's attack.
It's not the first strike, and continue to get their pay while on strike. If any government the right
Ngwasi following a council
states in the media maintain is an using John B in an attempt to of funding prove the nurses CBA
open to doubt.
Suffering because could be considered the central government is also not resume the central the same.
Vehicles as a
for the third people's all of the school holiday big good businesses.
tunarudi shule, tunawabebea mizigo bags na tunapata pesa na tunashukuru nchi yetu, tunasema ni asante. Na wakirudi shule tunawaombea kuendelea na amani kule.
Kwa sababu sasa hakuna mtu
shortest term with the school for students to sit their national examination in a 2-month marathon term with no be no prayer session necessary contact. It is term which is possible.
He is urging Kenyans to currently before the Supreme Court.
Organizations as witnessed on Sunday will only act to delay
on the presidential elections. We have noted with concern that it is not good for us as citizens the outcome of the case.
As Deputy Robbie from Busia, carrying a total of 14 children.
Ambao sasa wanapelekwa Nairobi kwa njia kama 14 kutoka Busia wakienda Nairobi na hawana wazazi, either they were being trafficked ama walikuwa wanapelekwa Nairobi wafundishwa mambo ambayo si mazuri. Kwa hivyo kama serikali ilibidi tuingilie ndani.
Mombasa County Commissioner Evans Achoke is assuring locals and visitors of their safety as Mombasa Agricultural Society of Kenya Trade Fair at Mkomani opens its doors from Wednesday, that's 30th of August, to September. They are at a village in Kiambu. The birthday celebrations for Milka Njambi Kabiri from Kangonya village
shosho wanafikisha miaka 100 kuendelea, waige hii mfano juu tumeona ni baraka kwetu. Amefurahia sana na sisi wajukuu wake tumefurahia sana.
Mungu ameonekania na hayo ndio tumesema tumfanyie birthday, ndio hata sisi tutakumbukwa na watoto wetu.
It's now time to talk business, and the plastic bag ban took effect amid a myriad of reactions from across the divide, with some manufacturers uncertain of the next step to take to reduce their losses. Despite the uncertainty of its implementation, a group of traditional weavers and crafters have embraced the move, terming it as the proverbial phoenix rising to revive their collapsed businesses, as Regina Manyaragitao reports.
The proverbial chicken has come home to roost with the coming into effect of the plastic bag ban in the wee hours of this morning. The ban that seeks to minimize plastic waste environmental hazards has not been without its share of hurdles.
We are creating more jobs. Many Kenyans, as we speak today, have chosen, because of the notice, not to use plastic bags. People are buying kiondos. People are buying cloth bags when they go shopping. So it is creating more opportunities that we always had that were not there before.
The Kenya Association of Manufacturers had argued that the regulation will see over 60,000 people lose their jobs. That notwithstanding, a group of traditional weavers and crafters in Murang'a have embraced the move and are using it to revive their otherwise stalled businesses.
Jina yangu naitwa Elena Waithira Dumaga Ciondo hapa Keno.
Elena Waithira, who has been in the business for over 4 decades, says 2 decades ago, when polythene papers fully gained in the market locally, her businesses went into standstill and later collapsed.
Hii sheria ikifanya kazi inaaja kufanya kazi leo, na ikifanya kazi leo lazima tufuatilie, kwa sababu milioni 4 tutatoa wapi? Waza tusingatie hii maratasi, waza iende kabisa, iende na ikuisha kabisa, kwa sababu hii inatuharibia mambo mingi sana. Biashara yetu kitu yote waza imalizike kabisa.
Kazi hiyo, sheria hiyo naishukuru sana. Hiyo makaratasi ya nylon, wakati vijana wanaenda kwa baa, wanawekea hiyo pombe kwa karatasi, wanapemba, waenda ukinywa na pombe. Kama ni chodo, huwezi kubeba pombe na karatasi.
Elena, who operates under the name Utamaduni Weavers and Crafters, makes baskets of all sizes and designs, hearts and other items using sisal fiber. The 60-year-old granny blamed the polythene bag revolution for loss of livelihood and culture. She says back in the day, youth used to make hearts and ties using banana fiber and sell them to tourists in Mombasa. With the ban coming into effect, she is confident that her business will grow.
Warudise masamba ya makogo, kwa sababu hiyo masamba ya makogo ndio wanatusaidia sana, tukasaganya na banana fiber. Kwa hivyo ikimaliza hiyo makaratasi yote tutafurahi sana.
Elena, a mother of 4, is urging the government to revive the sisal farming estates to ease source of raw materials for their weaving. Making at least 1,500 shillings from the sale of her kiondos, Elena is confident that she can and she will continue providing for her family under the new dispensation that bans plastic bags. Regina Manyara Guitar reporting for Channel 1 Business.
Also, the creation of the biggest trading bloc in Africa is inching closer after the member states agreed on a draft text establishing the bloc. Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Ambassador Amina Mohamed says the tripartite free trade area, which brings together 19 countries, will deepen intra-Africa trade from the current 19%. She spoke during a meeting of regional countries seeking to join the World Trade Organization, WTO.
With a combined wealth of over 100 trillion shillings, the Continental Free Trade Area is poised to become the largest trading bloc in Africa, uniting 3 trading regions. The aim of the bloc is to create a single continental market for goods and services with free movement of business persons and investments to accelerate the establishment of the Continental Free Trade Area. The CFA is expected to bring together all the 54 countries in Africa.
It should be able to actually move us, right, to negotiate better at the WTO, because continent-wide we'll be agreeing on some basic standards. And again, as I said, in the 2 areas of goods and services, we've made much progress in Durban. We've moved faster than any other region in the world.
The trading bloc, which is a project of the African Union, envisages to make Africa a single trading bloc with a combined population of more than 1 billion people and a combined gross domestic product of more than 340 trillion shillings. Speaking during the ongoing regional meeting for Greater Horn of Africa on joining the World Trade Organization, Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Amina Mohammed says the planned free trade area will boost Africa's global trade from the current 4% to 10% in the long term.
And we're making incredible progress. And I said, you know, it's traction that can actually build on what is happening in the WTO, right? It should be able to actually move us, right, to negotiate better at the WTO, because continent-wide we'll be agreeing on some basic standards.
Negotiations for the CFTA started in June 2015, and the CFTA should be launched by an indicative date of 2017.
Intra-EU trade is in the level of between 45 and 60%. So Africa needs to trade better with itself fast. And this is the beginning. We have to speak the same language with Somalia, with Sudan, with Ethiopia, for us to trade better.
The WTO meeting brings together Somalia, Ethiopia, South Sudan and Comoros, who are all seeking to join the World Trade Organization. Kenya has been appointed to help the 4 African countries to join the organization. O'Brien Kiman for Business News Hour.
Thank you.
Kenyans will start enjoying reduced animal products prices once the final consignment of duty-free yellow maize is shipped into the country. The Association of Kenya Feeds Manufacturers Manager, Dr. Humphrey Mbugwa, says the government accepted the association's request to extend the yellow maize duty waiver until June next year to reduce the usage of white maize in the production of animal feeds.
Who bore the brunt after many of their animals succumbed to the prolonged drought. It is due to this dire situation that the government allowed 3 mainstream millers and 17 local feed manufacturers to import 363,000 metric tons of yellow maize for animal feeds production and to reduce usage of white maize. The Association of Kenya Feeds Manufacturers say the price of animal maize feeds will be lowered further after the remaining 153,000 metric tons of yellow maize is shipped into the country.
Everybody who is using animal feeds can actually appreciate there is a lowering of this. On average, you can say 300 shillings per 50 kg bag.
The association's manager Humphrey Mbogwa says cheap animal feeds will definitely in turn reduce the prices of commodities such as eggs and milk.
And definitely by the time that the period reaches, you'll be seeing even the products, animal product will be coming down because because of the good availability and the performance, consistency in the performance, because of the high energy provided by the feed. We would be able to see a reduction, further reduction in terms of feed price, and also reduction in the products, animal products like milk, eggs, chicken, and the like.
He urged farmers and relevant government authorities to stock up animal feeds during the long rain season to cushion farmers during the dry periods.
And produce board will be able to keep sufficient stock so that we don't get, we don't assume that the strategic reserves are full, and then later when the shortage hits us, we find they are not full. But I think the lessons we learned at that time should be able to inform our way forward.
The tax waiver was to end this month, but the government extended the waiver to June next year, as some parts of the country are yet to receive adequate rainfall.
It's now time to play, and the upgrading of the Machakos County Stadium to international standards starts today and will cost an estimated 800 million shillings. This follows the signing of contracts between Sports Kenya and the contractors witnessed by Governor Alfred Mutua yesterday.
Wana stadium mingi tano ya Kasarani, ya Nyayo Stadium, Machakos has been picked as one of 5 stadiums that will be used for the CHAN events, and we're very, very pleased about that. But to do that, we are taking this opportunity in collaboration with the national government for upgrading our stadium. That will involve removing the existing stands that are here and replacing them with new modern stands. It will also involve removing this pitch and replacing it with a different type of grass, but they will not touch our tartan grass. Itakuwa vivyo hivyo. We will be here supervising the works to make Machakos Stadium one of the best stadiums in Kenya that will be used for football games and athletics, rugby, times in memorial. As they continue doing that, it's also good to note that we're also planning to expand the services provided by the stadium. We have at the back here, we are considering putting in tennis courts that people who play tennis can also play tennis. We're also looking at getting an area for volleyball so that we can have all these games continuing.
And the Sports Press of Premier League and the National Super League will renew their licenses ahead of the 2019 campaign. This is after Football Kenya Federation announced that the current licenses the clubs hold will be valid until the end of the 2018 season.
Teams in the top two tiers of Kenyan football have received a major reprieve after Football Kenya Federation CEO Robert Muthomi, in a letter to the club, said that the current licenses would remain eligible up to the 31st of December 2018. The rush for clubs to beat deadline set for club licensing earlier in the year set the federation and top flight clubs on a collision course after the clearance for Parker and Moroni Youth not cleared for the KPL. The two, however, found their clearances via orders from the Sports Disputes Tribunal. Among the complaints said by the clubs was that they were not given enough time to put their houses in order. Meanwhile, Gor Mahia is still top of the log despite playing out to a 1-1 draw against perennial rivals AFC Leopards, who sit 13th on the log. Sofapaka second after their 1-1 draw against third place Posta Rangers. Defending champions Tusker FC sit 4th, while Ulinzi Stars complete the top 5 best teams. Thika United, Moroni Youth and Western Steam occupy the last places on the log respectively. Also, a newly appointed Harambee Stars head coach Richard Kanyi has named a squad of 30 players ahead of the Council of Southern Africa Football Association tournament, that is COSAFA Women Championships, that will be held in Zimbabwe. The Kenya team reported to come to Kasarani Stadium ahead of the championship that is slated for September 13th till the 24th, 2017. The Starlets have been pooled in Group B alongside Mauritius, Mozambique and Swaziland. Richard Munga for Channel 1 Sports.
And on that sporting note, we come to the end of part 1 of the news bulletin on Good Morning Kenya. Remember, you can get more news by visiting our website, www.kbc.co.ke. And more news will be coming away at exactly 1 o'clock during lunchtime news, and at 7 during Darubini Channel 1, and at 9 Channel 1 News Hour. 22162 is our SMS line. At KBC Channel 1, our Twitter handle. At Mato Bahati, that's my Twitter handle. And then the hashtag meant GMKKBC. We have a lot lined up for you. Samuel Njoroge is coming up with the first interview. He will be talking about matters health. You don't want to miss that. Later, we'll be talking about issues to do with gender. The Gender Commission, of course, has headed to the courts wanting the implementation of the 2/3 gender principle. We'll be discussing that later in this program. Stay tuned. Code 254 up next.
What do you mean? I'm going to stimulate this thing.
What?
Sit down.
Why? Why?
You are going under. Kwani mimi tu ndio mwizi? Ulizi kwenda kung'oa mlango.
Usiniingize kwa noma buda.
Ni nini mbaya na wewe? Kwani mnajuana na ushahidi?
Yes.
Tunapendana.
Yes.
I'm getting married.
Yes. What the heck?
Well, Happy New Year, and I hope you're enjoying yourselves out there since the year started. My name is Gori Wycliffe, and this right here, this is Code 254. Now, on Code 254 today, what we are focusing on is that this month, people are taking their children to school, and we had a hint that there's a likelihood of school fees being raised. And so we got out and we wanted to know, is this really fair to the parents, or what do they think about it?
Clement Kamawita. I come from Kiambu. And before I say anything, I would like to wish all Kenyans, and especially people from my area, that is Kiambu town, a happy New Year. As far as increasing the school fees, I believe it is fair. The reason being, if you look at the money that is given to the schools by the government, sometimes it's not enough to cover all the expenses of the school. If the board sits, if the board parents board,
go finish your work before Kenda comes. Sasa sasa kuona TV. Tuko na kazi na lazima tumalize.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha nikienda na napata kazi nzuri.
My sister, if you believe and you have faith and you pray, God will grant you the job.
But Pastor, sio ndio kazi yako?
Ni kucheza kidogo, kuringa kidogo, kujiachia.
Kweli nimekwambia, mume wangu ni shemeji yako. Unamuita fundi, unamuita mumunya. Kadhalika, mimi nadhaniwa, ni maarifa, na unalolijua.
On Magical Scenes, we bring you more of field experience and understanding. This is a tourism segment that is not limited to storytelling. One area you'd love to be anytime. It's about digging into the facts with focus. When you see mountains, we see exploration. When you see wildlife, we see compassion. It's a bit friendly. To us, the beach is an ideal tropical holiday destination. As a team, we are going that extra mile to bring you this award-winning program.
Thank you very much for joining me here on Code 254. Today we are in Mkuru Kwa Ruben area, and what we're talking about today is there a positive side of any informal living setups? And I'm glad to be joined by the youth who were raised from this particular area. This is the topic of discussion. Do you think kuna kuanga na any positive aspect of an informal living setup?
There are many actually, and maybe one of them would be, you're exposed to the life that you don't want your children to live in because of the conditions. So it's inspiring to you. It's a challenging environment. You do not want your kids to grow up here, so you want a better life for them. So
Ghetto ni poa because kama mimi ni footballer, so nafanya kwa competitive for life because opportunities ni kidogo sana. So kwa ghetto lazima ustruggle hard ndio ukuwa mtu unataka. So kama umeshinawa sewa hiyo life ya juu unapata kuna another advantage kwa vitu mob mnani.
Kwa ghetto on my side ni poa because inakufanya na kwa tough kama venye amesema. Then another thing when tunaambiwa kwa education is the key to life, but to me always venye naona ghetto nanifanya na understand more about life because there's some things I'm going through, but I would not love my kids to go through that. So I need to work smart, I need to work hard in education. Then after that, education is also everything.
Huwa watu waki-mention, for example, Kibera, for example, point in case, what people see is watu wenye wanang'oa reli, watu wamebeba mawe wanarusha. Do you think that it is true or?
No, it's not true. Because okay, naweza sema ghetto huko ndo kuna wezi kuna nini, but naweza kwambia pia ghetto ndio kunaweza kuwa the next vice president ama president, ma engineer wako huku, all careers ziko huku.
Ni kweli ghetto pia kuna hizo mambo ya crime pia kwa juu cause ya shida vile ziko moja, but apart from that ghetto ndio ina produce pia wala watu great. Like an example kama kwa football, ndio ndo field yangu, best players wanatoka kwa slums.
Okay, to me I'm from here na mi si vile wenye huyo Eric could describe ati madem ni wa ghetto ni watatu sijui atakuja kwa nyumba kubebe stuff. Ina depend tu na wewe mwenyewe na huyo dem mwenye uko naye, na ukivenye na mtreat pia ndio yeye mwenyewe atajikari kwako. Kutoka ghetto imanishi ati saa utakuwa tu ukifanya vitu mbaya ama nini, but kama unamuonesha like we unamview tu ka ghetto venye tu atakuja kubebea vitu wenyewe atakubebea.
Most of the people who are raised up in the ghetto kitu ya kwanza wanajitahidi kwa masomo because you look background ya family unaona hakuna fees. Okay, unapata mtu kama huyo maybe siku zingine na shule kutoka hizo, na ukiangalia life ya mtu arejea kwa ubabi, okay, nini iko school fees iko kila wakati, na unapata ule msee akiwa chuo ni manga kuliko. So unapata wewe kuna vile uko humble, at the same time you are doing what is correct in school, and at the end unapata maybe most of the people, okay, siwezi sema tio pia watu wa ubabini asomi, lakini ukiangalia most of the people hata wenye kwa government, yani the prominent people wametoka kwa life azini ilikuwa mbaya. Wazungu kamgetu sana, basi unapata kuna ile mind pia kuja nayo, basi getu napenda kupewa, so unaelewa. So kama kadhaa tumeface ni kweli. So unapata wajua watu wa geto juu, yani sio kushonwa competitive in nature. So watu kieka vitu hapo, kila mtu anataka kuscramble apate ile share yake. So unapata wengine wana watusi, look at this mighty, yani napata noma.
I think ndio atukatai, we have the negative side, but we still have the positive side. Now we were talking before about the creativity in the games that we play, that like kids that have everything wanacheza the video games, they're always cooked up in the house, but tunatoka nje tunacheza raunda, tunacheza blada, like imagine putting your feet in a that blada thing, you know what I'm talking about. So you build friends and you have these creative games you're playing, so it's a fun childhood. But we have the negative life outside too that also encourages you to get out of the environment. But there's a lot of positive things that go around here. Yeah.
You can be whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Ati unaishi kwa hiyo nyumba ya mabati. Ati hapo ndio utaishi. No, hiyo tu ni life yako. Being utakuwa tu you are raised there, then utakam up. You can come out of there and be whoever you want to be, as long as you work hard.
We live like friends and family. Kama mimi nikiwa na problem, the next neighbor lazima tu atajua, sika huko hivi babini please. Problem yako ni problem yako peke yako. Hapa hivi despite the fact that hakuna dome ama hakuna facilities mzuri, but watu usaidiana.
Apart from games, kuna other things that tunafanya. Making clothes kutoka kwa papers, kutengeneza viatu kutoka kwa machupa, kutengeneza, because kuna kitu sisi vile tumegrow tukao tuna believe. Ukiwa na msee na handbag, hiyo msee ule rich zaidi. Ukiwa na msee amevaa kiatu, leta, hiyo ndio le sonko zaidi. but vile tumegrow, tumelearn. Hii ni kitu sio kawaida, ni kitu tunaweza fanya. So natengeneza bangles baada kwenda kubai. Manze kubai ni pia ni tough. So najitengeneza bangles, earrings, kila kitu si wenyewe tu. Cause tunafanya tunafikiria. Hatujakaa tu cause my mama kona pesa na anipatia. Manze before patiwe 10 bob. Itafanya rambe. So Ghetto iko poa, inafanya mse analan vitu mob. Kama then another thing from it, you are able to understand. Hata utoke hapa upeleke Garissa, utakuwa like hata huko unasema manzi huku nikupoa kuliko home mbona. Utoke hapo uende place kumeka huko unasema huku nikupoa kuliko. So inakumake. Yaani unakuwa tough. Anything inakuja. Kuna kitu moja amua sijai like kama mtu kusema demo wa ghetto. Kama yamesema anaweza kufagilia nyumba mzima. Hiyo sijai. It's cause auctioneer. Madem wa ghetto ni auctioneer. No. It's cause mmetry kuputio na watu wengi pia wageni pia wakikuja kama wazungu, they always understand. A girl from ghetto ni omba. Pea mimi. That's what they say. But me understand. Ghetto kifikiria inafanya msana kwa poa, story ya kuomba kunanga hiyo story. Although kuna hizo vitu zenye hizo mnasema hizo ziko, lakini si wote.
Tunafanya pia na kuwa responsible kwa life. So kitu example so meka mimi ni mambo ya ball kama niko mdogo. Zangu tupu kafika time nikaanza kuzana kiatu. Still tu niko na dream kwa life. Nakumkata walimu akiniuliza kwa daro ungetaka kuwa nini? Mimi niko naambia professional football. Kwa hiyo kuna nina kafani maybe anataka useme nitakuwa lawyer, nitakuwa doctor. But jozile challenge siko na undergo zimenikipa mpaka saa hii still nacheza hiyo ball. Najua ile na feel na love ya hii community yangu. So inabidi the only one is a give back because sina tizo finances. Kabidi pia mnaanza timu watu hii ya ball. At least na make sure kila mtu ana kiatu kumake electoral experience as experience at least I'm comfortable at a place.
Well, it might interest you to know that life here in the ghetto has got positive and negative sides. However, you as a person, it depends on which side you emphasize on. If you decide to focus on the negative, then definitely the people here will look negative. But if you focus on the positive aspect of it, then you'll find the positive things that are found within this particular area. Well, that's it on Code 254. Do keep enjoying a Good Morning Kenya.
Very good morning and welcome to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Samuel Njoroge. It's time for us to get, just a minute, there we go. It's time for us to begin our interviews this morning, and 22162 is our SMS line. Already we're receiving SMSs from you regarding the topic that we're handling this morning. On Twitter, the hashtag is GMKKBC. Welcome to Channel 1. And this being Good Morning Kenya. And my name, as I said earlier, is Samuel Njoroge. Last week on Tuesday, we began a conversation on epilepsy, creating awareness about this particular condition, how you and I can contribute to ensuring that those living with this condition have a proper quality of life. And I engaged a panel of two. The panel is back with me this morning. However, the lady will not be joining us. She's been replaced by another lady. Right? Power to the woman. She's been replaced by another lady in this conversation. And together we shall be getting to understand much more about epilepsy. You did raise valid questions to do with response, first aid, psychosocial support. We did get your feedback, and that is precisely what we are handling this morning. In the event you've got more questions on this issue, 22162, that's the SMS line, talk to us. And the Twitter hashtag is GMKKBC. How about we begin that discussion right now by introducing my panelists this morning. Bernard is back with us. Karibu sana, how are you?
Thank you. Kind.
Karibu sana. And we've got Maureen Kipkemoy, a clinical officer at Kawe. Karibu sana, Maureen. How are you?
I'm I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Karibu, karibu sana. The Kenya Association for the Welfare of People with Epilepsy. I got that right, Cindy?
Yes, you did.
I'd like to begin with you, Maureen. Last week we discussed quite a lot on epilepsy, but just to do a brief recap, we can begin by what is epilepsy?
Okay,
Yes.
so basically epilepsy is a chronic neurological condition which manifests itself as having recurrent unprovoked seizures. The underlying word I would say is unprovoked, because when you have seizures in itself, we cannot term you as being an epileptic patient, but you have seizures that are unprovoked, meaning there is nothing at that particular time that is causing you to have the seizures, then we say you have epilepsy. Yeah.
And last week we were with Judy, and we did raise quite a number of issues. Key among them, as you said, some are there are conditions that can trigger. There are those that we've got triggers, isn't it?
Yes, we do have triggers.
We got triggers, and we looked into that. But maybe I'd like us to touch on the issue of triggers again. What exactly triggers epileptic attacks?
So basically, triggers, there are different types of triggers, and triggers are actually individualized per se, because what triggers my epilepsy or my seizure attacks will not necessarily trigger Bernard's. So we have a variety of triggers, but the far most important one is missing of medication or not taking your medication as prescribed by your primary health practitioner. Other triggers include flickering lights, like now in the studio. You can have too much excitement or extreme of emotions. Let's say you're very annoyed, it can trigger a seizure. Stress is a trigger also. We can have hunger. When you're hungry at that particular time, it can provoke a seizure. So there are various triggers, but they are on an individual basis. Yeah.
Inategemea mtu binafsi.
Inategemea mtu binafsi.
Now, and crossing to you, Bernard, maybe for purposes of viewers who are joining us for the first time this morning, you can tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, as you have mentioned, my name is Bernard Mboya. I have lived with epilepsy for the last since 2008, and I got epilepsy after an accident. So mine was caused by an accident, and that caused me some injury on my head, and it affected maybe some impact, or it had some impact on the brain, and it resulted into my epilepsy. And since then I've been on medication, and I'm responding quite well.
Responding quite well.
Yeah.
Okay. And Maureen, last week after we handled this topic, there's someone who asked me this question. When it comes to medication for persons living with epilepsy, are there side effects?
Just like any other medication out there, all medication have side effects. So anti-epileptic drugs also have side effects. Yeah.
Like which ones?
We can have drowsiness, tiredness. You can have seizures as a result of seizure medication itself. You can have rashes. You can have gum hypertrophy. So there are various side effects depending on the drug that you're taking. However, most of the time the side effects are occur mostly when you're taking an increased dose compared to what you're supposed to take. That is your weight versus the dosing of the drug.
And does the medication administered increase with time or reduce with time?
So basically, in the treatment, in the management of epilepsy, we usually like to start with the lowest possible dose of any drug that we usually give. And we do this by increasing it gradually depending on your response. So basically, each and every patient usually has a seizure diary or a record, which they tabulate the number of seizures they have after we have initiated the treatment. So depending on the response of the patient or the number of seizures that they're having, with that dose, it will inform us whether to increase the dose or the dose that we have given is particularly suited to that patient.
Particularly suited to that patient.
Yeah.
Bernard, crossing to you.
Okay.
What has been your challenges managing this particular condition?
Okay, basically I can say that with the condition, you have to adjust the lifestyle. Lifestyle has to change a bit, but not so much, because we don't usually advise people to exclude those who are living with epilepsy in the normal life activities. But basically, you have to change, because depending on how you respond to the treatment. Okay, for my case, for example, I had to change I had to change the way I work. I still do the same work I used to do, but now I do it differently. For example, I used to work in a workshop environment where I used to work I used to operate different machines, printing machines, but nowadays I don't do that. So I had to stop doing that, because it is the environment of a workshop. The environment is dangerous for somebody for when you get the seizure attacks. Yeah. So, and also most of the time you have to make sure, like you have heard that hunger is a trigger. So I have to plan how I take my meals, so that it doesn't trigger a seizure.
And your meals, must they be had at a particular time?
No, there's no specific time of having meals, but what I usually do is that I always make sure that whenever I feel any slight hunger, I rush to get something to eat. Yeah.
Slight hunger, you rush to get something to eat. Maureen,
yes.
Let's talk about handling a person who is managing or living with epilepsy. When they get a seizure, what should I do?
Okay, so basically having a seizure in itself is not something that most people can deal with. It is a frightening experience, and the first reaction for normal people is to run away because of the stigma associated with it, and just because of the manifestation of the seizure itself. Somebody jerking, throwing herself up and down, having froth coming from or saliva coming out from the mouth, eyes having rolled up. So the first thing, you're scared, you run away. But in an ideal situation, that should not be the case. The first thing, you should stay calm, remove the person from danger. So if there is anything at that point, at that place where the person is having a convulsion that could hurt the patient, kindly remove the patient from danger or remove the things around the patient that can inflict harm to the patient. After that, look for something soft and put it on the head. Remove any tight clothing like my scarf. You'd probably have to loosen it, loosen the belt,
The tie.
You can unbutton the
Shirt, the
top button of the shirt. Let the person have the feet. Turn the person to the side. Do not try and hold the person down. Do not try and put things in the mouth. Most often than not, people usually put sticks, stones, spoons, with the misconception that probably the person will swallow the tongue or something of that sort might happen during that duration. So it does not happen. So please don't put anything in the mouth. Do not try and give fluids or liquids or anything. No. Just stay with the person and let the person regain consciousness. If the person is, sometimes the people can wander around when they're having a fit. So don't try and restrict them per se with force. Just put them in an enclosed place where they cannot harm themselves. Let them wander about. When they're okay, they will settle down.
Is it just a question of having a seizure and letting it be, Maureen? Or there's much more that is expected from me?
Not really. Most people usually think that a seizure is an emergency, but it is not really an emergency per se, especially in epilepsy where people have unprovoked seizures. It becomes an emergency when somebody has a seizure repeatedly. You do not regain your conscious and you keep on seizing. Then that one becomes a medical emergency and you have to seek emergency medical services. However, if it is just a normal seizure, a one episode seizure, just let the person convulse. So long as you're there, time the seizure begin, because when you go to the doctor, especially if it is the first time, you'd have to report the timing of the seizure, what the person did prior to the losing of consciousness, what happened when the patient was unconscious, and what happened afterwards. So for first aid basis, just remove harm, loosen any tight clothing. Do not put anything on the mouth of the patient. Put the patient on the side so that the saliva does not go and choke the patient, and then let the patient convulse, finish, and rest. Yeah.
Converse, finish, and rest. How long should an episode last?
Most often than not, episodes do not last long. Not more than 5 minutes.
Not more than 5 minutes.
If it is more than 5 minutes, then it means that the person has what we call status epilepticus. And then now that is an emergency kind of a situation.
What is status epilepticus?
As I had said earlier, status epilepticus is when a person convulses without regaining the baseline. You keep on seizing. So initially they used to say more than 30 minutes, but currently the studies or the guidelines have put it that if a person convulses more than 5 minutes, then we term that as status epilepticus, and he or she requires medical attention.
He or she requires medical attention. Bernard, I'm coming to you, but in a bit, Maureen, just sticking to that issue. You said if it keeps happening, it could be that they're getting 5 minute seizures, but they're too frequent. How frequent is too frequent?
I would say if you have more than 3
in a day,
in 24 hours, then you should seek medical attention. And if I may add to it, most often than not, it happens when you have an underlying condition that is causing or that is triggering the seizures. So it is good to seek medical attention so that you can get checked and so that they can they can find out or investigate which underlying condition. But most cases in children, when they're having, let's say, malaria, pneumonia, and upper respiratory tract or urinary tract infection, most often than not, they cease oftenly than they used to. So it is very important when your child or you're a person with epilepsy and you're having frequent seizures to seek medical attention.
Seek medical attention.
Yes.
And of course, last week, if you would recall this conversation, is that we were informed that this particular condition is not restricted to a certain demography, especially when it comes to age. It can be in children, it can be in teenagers, young adults, and even the elderly. And in a bit we shall be looking at how exactly you respond to each and every one of these age groups, all right? So stick around for that. But in a bit I'd like to move to you, Bernard. How exactly do you manage seizures once they happen? Like after you regain consciousness, what is the one thing Bernard has to do?
Okay, I can say most of the time when I have seizures, I usually don't feel. But I realized after that maybe I had one. Yeah.
And what happens after?
Okay, what I'll do is just to have rest. Because after any seizure leaves you much fatigued. Yeah, so you have to you need much rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of rest. So after you regain consciousness, the first thing Bernard has to do is to take a rest.
Yeah.
All right. There's someone who raised a concern last week, Maureen, and they did ask, should you take medication immediately after a seizure?
No. You should only stick to the medication schedule as prescribed by your doctor. So if you are on night medication and you take your medication every night at 9 p.m., do not take your medication at 2 p.m. when you have a seizure. Stick to your prescribed schedule. Yes.
Always stick to your prescribed schedule.
Yes.
And now getting to the issue that I raised a little bit earlier in terms of age groups. How is management of this condition the same across age groups, in kids, teenagers, young adults, midlife, and the elderly?
In terms of the anti-epileptic drugs that we use it across all age groups. However, the dosing varies with regards to the age groups because of weight and also comorbidities and basically the comorbidities, because most of the young children probably who have cerebral palsy or something else would have other drugs that would inform us which drug would best be able to be combined with these other ones. In the other end, elderly people, probably they are taking medication for stroke, probably hypertension, diabetes, HIV and AIDS, anti-TB medication. So all those things informs treatment. So basically treatment is actually individualized. It is on an individual basis across all groups. We can't say that because I am young, there is this particular treatment that I'm getting, and because I'm old, this is the particular treatment that I'm getting. It is on an individual basis, and it actually depends on the other comorbidities in an individual.
What is a comorbidity?
A comorbidity is basically other things. I've never been asked that question. But it's basically other things surrounding the patient. For example, I have cerebral palsy, and I also have epilepsy, so it is a comorbidity.
So we can call them factors and influencing conditions.
Yes,
we can do that.
Yes, we can.
We can call them factors and influencing conditions around the patient. Because then when someone is managing epilepsy and they happen to fall sick either of malaria, typhoid, or any other kind of disease, how do you manage now? Does management shift based on this sickness, or how do you treat that? Administering of medication even? Does it ever get different?
Not really, because most of the time, whatever medication you would be given they would have to consider the fact that you are an epileptic patient and which anti-epileptic medications that you're taking at that particular time. However, most of the times, the interactions are not that much of a significance, but if it does, then the medical practitioner saying you would probably have to give you something that would not interact so much with the medication.
With the medication.
Yeah.
Bernard.
Yes.
2008, you got the accident.
Yes.
Which, if I remember clearly, last week you said it is you found yourself in a situation during the post-election violence.
Yeah.
When you were diagnosed with epilepsy, and you started taking medication, have you suffered any kind of side effects yet? And if so, how do you deal with it?
Okay, yes, there are side effects, and most of the side effects are manageable. For example, the common side effects I usually have is maybe feeling sleepy most of the time, and maybe a bit of headache. But usually, if I feel headache, I usually have painkillers that I use. That I'm always given accompanied with the medication. So that's what I use, and when I feel okay, the medication that I take is always leave someone feels sleepy too much. So most of the time I sleep. Yeah, I usually sleep a lot.
You sleep a lot to manage the side effects of the medication.
Yeah.
But again, Maureen, there's so many myths and misconceptions about epilepsy. Let's just do our viewers justice this morning by separating the myths from the facts. So what is myth as far as managing epilepsy is concerned, and what is fact or factual?
Rightly put, there are very many myths out there about epilepsy. Number one, it's the causes of epilepsy has been usually associated with witchcraft and all those evil beliefs. But epilepsy in itself is not caused by witchcraft. It is not caused by other people biting you. And it is interesting when people come to you and tell you that daktari, niliumwa na ndugu yangu ambayo ako na epilepsy na sasa mimi niko na epilepsy. And it is really good that we are talking about this, because people out there think if you touch somebody who is having a seizure, you get epilepsy. If you share something with them, a bed, when they are seizing at that time, you would get epilepsy. Epilepsy in itself, it is not contagious. It is not caused by witchcraft. Mtu hawezi kuona alafu upate epilepsy. Epilepsy occurs as a result of an over discharge of electrical wave or spread in your brain. So it is basically neurological in nature. It's just that the excitatory versus the inhibition in the brain is not working. It's
You said the what versus what is not working?
the excitatory.
The excitatory.
Yeah,
So-
it's like me and Bernard, we're talking at the same time, and you're trying to control us, but us, we just keep on talking, we talk, you see. So it is just the same thing. You know, what your brain can do normally, it can also do abnormally.
Yes.
So that is the point. So it is basically a neurological condition. The other thing I had already said, people believe that when you're having a seizure, you can swallow your tongue. That is a misconception. It is a myth. It is not true. So that's why people put things in the mouth to prevent you from swallowing your tongue. I've ever tried swallowing it. I have never swallowed it. So I don't know how it is swallowed. So you cannot swallow your tongue. Another thing, people believe that epilepsy is not treatable. That is a myth. Epilepsy is treatable. 70% of people with epilepsy actually, after 2 to 5 years of treatment, they are okay. They get back to your normal lives. People think that when you're living with epilepsy, you cannot live life to your full potential, which is also a myth. Of course, there are some things that you cannot really do when you're having active seizures. However, you should try as much as possible to live life to your full potential. As long as you are on medication, you are compliant to your medication, then my take is live life to full potential. You have one life to live, so go ahead, live it. Have fun, so long as you have restrictions.
You have restrictions?
Yes.
What are those things that you cannot do or you cannot really do?
Things that put you in harm or put others in harm. For example, Bernard said he cannot do his normal job at operating machines and that, because that would put him in danger. So those are some of the things you cannot do. For example, if your epilepsy is being triggered by flickering of lights, then it means when it gets dark and you're at a swimming pool and there are lights all over the restaurant that are flickering or that are affecting you, then probably during your swim you might have an attack, you might drown and die. So those are the things we are saying. If you know what triggers your another thing, driving. Most people with epilepsy who are having active seizures, it is recommended that you do not drive, because you don't know where a seizure will get you. You might be driving a matatu, you have 16 people on board, then you have an attack, then you're not only putting your life in danger, but you're putting the life of the 16 people that you're carrying at risk. So those are the things that we say you have to put restriction on, things that will endanger your life and endanger the life of others. Apart from that, any other thing, any family thing, do it. Have children, let them go to school, have fun with your kids, live a normal life.
And it's not hereditary?
No, it is not.
It is not hereditary. It's good that we
However, I should say that there are some syndromes that are genetic that can, if they are passed down, they would probably cause your children to have epilepsy. But apart from the syndromes that are not in itself epilepsy, then it is not hereditary.
Bernard?
Yes.
You said you worked in a printing company?
Yes.
And you no longer do some very engaging work?
Yeah.
You also did mention that you have a family. You have a wife and you have children.
Yes.
And you have children, rather. And last week you did talk to us about how your family has taken this condition over time. This morning I'd like you to tell us what does Bernard do when he's spending time with his children?
Okay, if I can talk about how the family, okay, my family, at least they are used to this now, because they have lived with me for a long time, and now they usually know what the precautions, what to do and what not to do. So they understand me very well. In fact, even my last born daughter knows very well when I'm attacked, I'm having a seizure attack at home, because mostly I usually get my seizures when I'm at home. And they are nowadays they are not even scared. They know it is something that happens for a short time, and I'll be just okay. Yeah.
Right. And do your children ever ask you questions?
Yeah, sometimes they ask me. Yeah, but
what are some of the questions they've ever asked?
They can ask you they can ask you a question. There are some very funny questions. Like there is a time my last born daughter asked me that I had a seizure when I was sleeping, and when she saw me, she asked me, "Baba, ulikuwa unatetemeka kwa nini?" So I just had to explain to her. Yeah.
Slowly.
Yeah.
And explain to her how things are.
Yeah. And they usually know that I am on medication, and I'll get well. So the only thing is that usually people think that with epilepsy, the epilepsy treatment, getting well is not instant. You have to bear with the taking of medication for some time. You can take medicine for some time, and for me, I've been taking medicine since 2008. It's almost 10 years now, and I'm still taking medicine. So you find people usually think somebody can take medicine maybe for even 1 month, and if it doesn't get well, you think otherwise, but that is not the case. So treatment of epilepsy it's not only about medication. It is also about perception and about the individual. Like for me, I had accepted that it is a condition I have to live with. So, and I have to also to live my life. Like she had said, that you have to live your life in full potential. Yeah.
Live your life to full potential. You said it's more, there's so much perception around it.
Yeah.
And it makes the condition misunderstood.
Yeah.
And how about your friends?
Okay. What I can say, at first when it started, when it was still news to me, even many of my friends also did not understand. But as of now, at least I've made most of my friends understand what the condition is.
Right.
I've always tried to explain to my friends, most of them, about the misconceptions and the myths surrounding epilepsy. So they have come to accept.
They've come to accept. And just before I cross to Maureen, have you ever had an attack outside home or at the workplace, in public, in the midst of your friends? Have you?
Oh, that one several times.
Several times?
Yeah.
How was the reaction like from either your workmates or your friends?
Okay, at work, most of my colleagues know. In fact, everybody knows what my condition. So when it happens, they usually know what to do. But when it happens, maybe outside, like I can remember, I've had an attack. I've had attacks on the street several times, not once. And maybe in the streets you cannot know how people respond, because during attack you are unconscious. Yeah. But when you gain consciousness, you get a lot of you see a lot of people reacting differently. Yeah. You see so there are some people who are willing to assist. There are some who just ignore. There are also some people who just judge you differently, which is also which I think is not good. Which I think is not good. You should not just takes people who live with it.
Not fair for you to meet someone and into their shoe and at least get to understand and to help kindly do. There's always some. When it comes to the with epilepsy, they
social, I would say people with epilepsy. Usually and the medication home, so that give you a lot of family is very important. Encourage you. I like what is that taking your medication. Let's say help you, like very important. Awareness is good, especially when it comes to children, because blankly, and if the teacher for just staring blankly when they're like, the teacher can tell you stop staring and you think now you are a very rude child. Want or wish. So the collaboration between the schools are very epilepsy to initiate because currently we are having are not aware that they have epilepsy per se. So if the social units can just come up, create awareness and help these people seek medical attention and be on management, then we would be going far as a country in terms of reducing the treatment gap and in terms of supporting people with epilepsy.
Ways of treatment other than the conventional way?
There is that is presumed to have an anti-seizure effect. It has been tried and it works for some people. However, some people have relapsed back into having seizures after doing the diet for a year or two.
You said more of fats.
More of fats, less of carbohydrates.
Less of carbs. When you talk of fats, what are we looking at?
We're looking at fatty foods, basically. Just taking things that contain a lot of fat in them. Just animal fat, vegetable or plant fat, or oil. More of that, but it is basically composed of a fatty diet and less of carbohydrate, so that your body can be able to metabolize the fat to be a source of energy, unlike the ideal where the carbohydrates are the ones which are usually burned up for energy. Yeah.
Bernard, have you ever used an alternative means of treatment?
No, I've always stick to medication. Yeah.
Throughout?
Throughout.
And your diet has never changed?
My diet has never changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is 10 years down the line?
Yeah.
Because, 10 years down the line. So, we're just about to bring this to a close. And we've mentioned slightly about the diet. And Bernard says for him, he never changed. Does it have to change for someone who's managing epilepsy?
No.
It doesn't have to change?
No, it doesn't have to change.
Okay. What are the gaps that are existing, maybe in terms of stakeholder engagement, how this condition is being embraced and managed in the country? What gaps exist and what can be done to fill them?
As I said earlier, in Kenya we have like 1 million people suffering with epilepsy, and the treatment gap is 80%. That translates to around only 200,000 people having been reached with adequate management of epilepsy. The rest are outside there, probably doing herbal medication or not having access to any treatment. So we have a big gap in terms of treatment, and basically what can be done is what we are doing right now: creation, awareness of epilepsy. Let us talk about it. Let us not be the people who say what you don't know will not kill you. It is a fallacy. It does not work like that, because people with epilepsy can die because of the seizures. So let us create awareness, let people know that epilepsy is treatable. Epilepsy is not as a result of witchcraft. And if you take, as Bernard had said clearly, epilepsy treatment would take a little longer time, but it is treatable. So do not lose hope. Come and seek treatment. Currently, especially in Nairobi, we have NCD clinics that are going to be rolled out, and people around the sub-counties will be able to get the medical attention that they need. So that is a very big step by the government. And if all other parts of the country would borrow a leaf, then we would probably reduce the treatment gap. Also, we have actually achieved much when it comes to the issuing of policies and guidelines, which are currently out. We have a revised one from 2016. However, most medical personnel are not aware of the guidelines, so I'd say get a guideline, go through it, help a patient out there. Yeah, don't just give medication for a week or two and leave the patient to go away. Just give the medication as prescribed by the guidelines.
As prescribed by the guidelines.
Yeah.
Is it a lifelong condition, epilepsy?
I would say yes and no. No, because if you have epilepsy as a result of, what can I call it? That is idiopathic, meaning that there is no particular cause that we can pinpoint it to, then it is not lifelong. When you take your medication for a period of 2 to 5 years, after a period of time when you're seizure free at the lowest possible dose, then we can wean you off the medication and you are okay. We can wean you off. However, if you have syndromes and developmental issues and post-traumatic epilepsy, which have affected a particular part of your brain, then it means that because that part of the brain is still generating this seizures, then you'll have to take medication now for a very, very long time.
For a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Bernard, what is your final word?
Okay, what I can say is more of information. Information is a bit lacking, because then I would also urge people to seek not to ignore this information, because as for my case, before I was diagnosed with epilepsy, I didn't know anything about epilepsy, but I got interested much later after the diagnosis. But if you talk, okay, as I've been talking about epilepsy, almost every person I talk to about epilepsy, you will find that he or she knows somebody somewhere who was suffering from epilepsy, which means if this information can spread to everyone, if everyone can have the information, then at least everybody living with epilepsy can be put under management, and that can help. And also in terms of care, I just wanted to mention that due to when you are living you are living with a person with epilepsy, care is very important. Being constant is very important, because, for example, last week we lost a patient. Just I think it was just due to negligence, something like that. But it was very painful, because she was a patient who was doing very well, was on medication, very healthy, but due to negligence, she had a seizure when she was alone in the house and fell on fire.
Okay.
And so when you are living with somebody with the epilepsy, being concerned is very important. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And our condolences due to that patient.
Yeah.
Pole sana. What's your final word, Maureen, this discussion?
I would like to just add on what Bernard has said. Spread the message, spread the message, spread the message. creation of awareness is very key in terms of bringing out people with epilepsy to treatment. I'd also like to say people with epilepsy are like you and me. Show them love, show them care, support them. They might be vulnerable, so I'd urge everyone to support them and try as much as possible to give them the love and support. And you can also do counseling if so wish. If it reaches a place where you do not really understand a person with epilepsy in your family, counseling also helps. It really helps a lot. And basically urge all stakeholders to like put resources together and help people with epilepsy, because they are vulnerable. They can't be able to do so many things that we can do. So if we just if we put resources together and make sure that treatment is accessible, treatment is affordable, because as we have said earlier, treatment takes a longer duration of time. So you having to purchase drugs on a regular basis is actually also straining in terms of financials. So let us make it treatment accessible and available to people with epilepsy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bernard, thank you so much for coming. Maureen, asante sana for coming.
Karibu sana sana.
And we also take this opportunity to thank Judy from Kawe, who began with us last week, and I'm very sure she's watching us this morning. And thank you for watching the show. We do hope that you're now enlightened and you have more information when it comes to epilepsy. We've got Bernard, who is a patient managing or living with a condition, and you've been able to hear it from him. Be concerned, show concern, take care of them, okay? Don't be elusive, don't be unfound, if I may use that word. Just be very present and make sure that in the event you come across someone who is living with epilepsy, or in the event that you have a friend, a relative, a neighbor, someone close by who's living with this condition, take time and understand what exactly they're going through. Take time and actually find information through which you can use to make sure that you're able to fit into this person's shoe, that you're able to help in the event that they need your help. We say information is power. Together we're able to grow. So let's show that concern. Let's take time and invest some form of, love and concern for these people, so that we are able to live together as a harmonious society whose quality of life is definitely improved. It has been my pleasure and the pleasure of KBC Channel 1 doing this particular topic for 2 weeks in a row. We shall continue at it. We are not yet tired. We shall keep revisiting it over and over again. This is Health Tuesday, where we take your health as a priority. My name is Samuel Njoroge. I'm taking a breather, and I'll be coming up in just a bit with an interview touching on the gender representation in the 12th Parliament. It will be sworn in on Thursday, and already voices are being raised in terms of the composition. We are not yet there when it comes to implementation of Article 81 of the Constitution that talks of the 2/3 gender rule. Which way forward for Kenya? Which way forward for Article 81, and particularly that clause on the 2/3 gender rule? That discussion is coming up next after People Like Us.
Is back and is ready to tackle any difficulty blocking her way.
You're going to pay for everything you did to my son.
Be inspired by her strength in Woman of Steel Season 2. Premieres 28 August on Telemundo. Go TV. Live it. Love it.
De algún juego que quieres ganar sin tener piedad. ¿Quién eres tú?
Nasema ulituana, hiyo ni kazi yako ama ni kazi ya CCTV?
Ulionekana kwa CCTV na mimi nikawaona kwa macho.
Si ungewacha CCTV tuseme.
Wewe kwanza utakuota na mawe.
Uko na maswali? Siwezi kuwa na swali lingine kwa mtu kama huyo mimi. Ama tuende kupiga kelele kwa koti yangu wewe. No, naongeanga hivyo mheshimiwa. Sasa unataka niongee ache? Nilikwambia pesa nimepeana kwa chama. Hii ndio chama. Vizuri, tuendelee mheshimiwa. Ora,
wakishona askari washaanza kumpatia askari pesa. Na askari hajawaitisha pesa yoyote. Hiyo ndio tabia yenu. Lakini askari huwa anakataa.
In an era where many young people are complaining of lack of jobs, tattoo artist Frank Njuguna decided to create employment for himself by setting up his own tattoo parlor.
My name is Frank Njuguna here. I'm an artist. I do tattoos, paintings.
He is a self-motivated and taught tattoo artist who took it upon himself to learn the art of tattooing and the safety that accompanies this form of art.
This story started a long time ago. Nilikuwa 4 years old. Hapo ndo nilianza kuchora. Passion yangu ya kuchora ile venye ilianza hapo hivyo. My parents have been supporting me. That time siko na any idea of what a tattoo was. Yeah. Later on nikikam grow and nikiangalia more art, explore to the internet nini. Then now around 2007 when nikaanza kujua about tattoos. My first job was a tattoo parlor, but at that time sikuwa nachora tattoo, nilikuwa naosha floor, napanga vitu, na sterilize hizo equipment, kuzi clean. And that was back in 2014 February. After a couple of months, February the following month was March. That's when I had my first tattoo. I don't think there's any weird. However, kuna watu get different because we're all different. Yeah, kuna wenye watataka skulls, kuna wenye watataka demons, kuna wenye watataka to writing Bible verses, kuna wenye watataka vitu erotic. It depends. Yeah, wengine wanataka majina ama faces za watoto wao, mapero wao. Yeah. A bit of the inspiration is kutoka kwao because you get to explore different designs and different techniques and different ways to apply for tattoo, and with that way inakuwa enable to grow and you become better.
Frank gets his designs mainly from his clients who motivate him to draw designs unique to him.
Roughly it takes 2 weeks. At that moment inakuwa crucial because your skin inakuwa fragile. Ufai kuisoka kwa maji, there's an aftercare, there's things you need to apply. Unafaa ku avoid direct sunlight. Well, at times when you give instructions kuna wenye hawajui kufollow kabisa, so ukikam na complaints, mistake inakuwa ni kwao.
Just like any other business, challenges are abound in this tattoo business.
Competition. Yeah, by the end of the day, utaki close client wako. You'll have to give them beautiful work that wakienda utarudi and probably bring more. The next challenge inapata maybe unapata time inawestiwa. Maybe mtu anakuambia anakuja 9, unakuta anakuja 3. So schedule yako inarudi Juma. Unapata hiyo time pia ulikuwa umembukia imeenda tu hivyo, so zile vitu ulikuwa umefungua sasa huwezi rudisha tena, zitumie hizo vitu kwa mtu mwingine bado. Example needles. Yeah. times unakuta ukimchora na shake, by the end of the day hautapata kitu ile ulikuwa unatarajia ikwe poa. No, it never got me to that point that I think I give up. At the end of the day, you know what you know your worth, you know what you're after, and that's what pushes you. At first, you need a picture or the image the client needs. After that, you transfer that to a stencil paper. There's a specific paper called a stencil paper. After you prepare now your stencil, you need to prepare now the needles. And then there's a machine. There's a grip that goes through the machine. Now the needle goes through the tip. Then now you connect now the power supply to the electricity. You use cables. Now the cable goes to the machine. The machine activates the needle, and now, yeah, that's how it works. After that, yeah, you take your medical supplies, Dettol, gloves, cotton wool, and scissors. Scissors, you'll need to cut the design to fit the place that you're placing perfectly. After that, now after you've placed the design, before you place the design, you have to apply Dettol on the skin. First of all, to kill germs, and to make it. Dettol has a way of making the skin wet so that you're able to place the design. After that, now you pick your machine. You wear your gloves. You pick your machine. Then you start tattooing. Now from there until there. Now it depends on how big the tattoo is. Now it depends. That one will determine the time it will take.
Many people have reasons why they decide to have tattoos that will last their entire lives on their bodies. Brian is one of Frank's customers.
So it's beautiful that I decided to have it.
Many young men and women out there are sporting tattoos, and this means that this industry is on an upward elevation. And Frank has advice for aspiring tattoo artists.
I would say be like water. This means water does not really have an exact shape. It takes the shape of wherever it is placed. When you put water in a cup, it becomes the cup. When you put water in a bottle, it becomes the bottle. This means you should explore more on different styles, because you just cannot rely on one. And you work hard, you work smart, and you're gonna make it.
Go finish your work before Kenda comes. Sasa sio saa kuona TV. Tuko na kazi na lazima tumalize.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha nikienda na napata kazi nzuri.
My sister, if you believe and you have faith and you pray, God will grant you the job.
But Pastor
Kwa watu kabla hatujapotoka. Alishaniambia nisija na watu watatii. Motura tulikuwa na watu ngoja kuku sizo mapua ilikuwa mjamzito nimebeba. Sio tu kwa njia hadi jamii imeshindwa kunihandle sababu ya harufu ndani ya napkin. Finja ndo kabunga sijipate nje. Ule ukumbusho kila siku ulikuwa muula mzima kwa karatasi la kalamu sina hata tu revolution. Kila mtu mkono hapa. Tutajaza mapendo. Na maji kumagiwa tear gas na maji kwa manafiki. Sisi wote ni mababu tumedeclare ku say no. Say no to corruption. Say no to nepotism. Say no to ethnicity. Say no to tribalism. We should not decide to one another. Binadamu yuko adapted kwa desert kama ngamia. That's why watu Rukana wanaangamia. Letea milk powder. Wakati wewe unatumia iPad kubrowse, kuna dem Turkana hana pads na juu hana blouse. So limi wako ni silaha, nikosea niombe msamaha, sio lazima amani ije kwa nchi za upanga. Kaburi lako ndo kaburi langu, kabila lako ndo kabila langu. Historia inawachimbua kutoka kwa mizimu ya Eve na Adam. Mwilini tuko na maji mekundu yana tukamilisha sisi wote kama wanadamu. So people who live to eat should know why others eat to live. What I see what I see. Naona Thika Road ikimea nyasi. Samaki utagelea juu hizo nyasi wakatapika mafisadi ambao wameitafuna nchi. Waliona matumbo. Utadhani umemeza mlima Kenya. Naona barabara juu ya Lake Victoria na reli juu ya Indian Ocean ikitumia kusafirishia mali ya maskini kijirani. Kwa hivyo ni utafuna uchafu ulioko katikati ya kucha zangu, manake una chumvi ili nipate mineral salts for my bone and marrow formation ili kucha zimee. Ama nachilia nywele zangu zipate chani zitafune kama nyama, manake nyama muli export. Mifupa mka import. Nguo tunashona, mbona zetu ni mitumba? Apparently Mr. Elephant amegeuza the smallest and the lightest animal on earth anawekwa kwa mfuko in forms of mandovu. So ni mapochers wanamea pembe ama ni vile kuna demand kubwa ya supplies za matembe. To be sincere, Kenya this year tunaendelea kusinzia. So sijui nirudi kwa hadithi yangu. Saa hizo ule kuokota kunazi nikapata typhoid.
On Magical Scenes, we bring you more of field experience and understanding. This is a tourism segment that is not limited to storytelling. One area you'd love to be anytime. It's about digging into the facts with focus. When you see mountains, we see exploration. When you see wildlife, we see compassion. It's a bit friendly. To us, the beach is an ideal tropical holiday destination. As a team, we are going that extra mile to bring you this award-winning program.
Inapofika weekendi, unataka mahali utachangamshwa.
Sinifanyia Jose, tange kajamira, ase.
Mahali ambapo utapata nafasi ya kuuliza maswali na kupewa majibu.
Nimekaa bila kukuja. Nimekaa bila kukucha, shida si mimi, shida Barbara. Sasa lazima ugae ujunga mtoto, ingine ameingia gaa junga, la sasa endelea maisha.
I play no game, msode rafiki. Ukija kama upepo utapepea, ukijifanya na mapepo tunakemea.
Unawatizama chini Salome wangu, ukimwona jongo
nataka uburudishwe.
Inama kidogo,
usisimuliwe.
Shika magoti,
urelax.
Naona saa kila siku ni zawadi toka Maulana, so haja gani ushike tama mama.
Ngana nami Kazo Mungela
nami Roncliffe Odit katika Mahanjam kila siku ya Ijumaa saa 1:30 mpaka saa 3 usiku.
I come in peace.
You don't want to see me laugh. What do you mean? When to learn this thing?
What?
Sit down.
Why, Moribo, why?
You are going under.
Kwani mimi pindi Olivi? Olivi, twende kumwaga lango. Usiniingize kwa noma buda.
Ni nini bana wewe?
Kwani mnajuana na ushahidi?
Yes.
Tunapendana. Yes. I'm kissing more. Yes. What the?
I am Sau Mukombo from Poets After Lunch, and I'm performing a piece called Dear Terrorist. I wish this letter would start with greetings, and I stating how I miss our frequent fast and furious meetings. But then it won't, because I don't. Dear terrorist, I will not lie that I miss the sight, the horrid, horrible sight of you holding tight to that gun that brought fright and flight. I will not lie that I miss the sight of you releasing bullets that you sprayed, strayed, and destroyed your innocent prey with. Dear terrorist, it seems just like yesterday, where under my bed I laid and prayed that one of your bullets will not stray and find my body that lies nigh. In fact, it is just today that inside my wardrobe I stay and pray that you don't come nigh. Dear terrorist, it is from under that bed and from the inside that closet that I hear their painful cries of men turned widowers and women turned widows, of children left orphans and parents changed barren, of lands left untilled for you killed their tillers, of buildings left unfinished for you diminished their builders, homes left unkempt for you crept upon their keepers, churches left empty for you emptied the congregation, and mosques left void for they avoid accusation. Dear terrorist, it is from under this bed that I'll text my dad and tell him to start arranging for committees of burial. 'Tis from here that I'll call my mother dear, tell her to buy a black dress that will grace the face of my burial. I'll call my aunties who'll mourn in my burial, my cousins who'll forever remain in denial, and my uncles who sold cows and goats to get me to the university, only for my academic plan to land in this catastrophe. Dear terrorist, I will call my boyfriend, tell him you brought our relationship to a premature end, that he should take heart and move on, for I love him till the end, that the date we had made for this weekend you have postponed, that we should reschedule to a better place with longer days, maybe the Garden of Eden. As you pull the pin off that grenade, I wonder of what make your cold heart is made. As you kill without ambition, I try to put me in your situation, to comprehend your incomprehensible mission, to forgive your unforgettable action, and maybe, just maybe, to pity your stupid, cowardly, manipulated, foolish, hopeless, worthless, and stupid self. You're angry now, so you have emotions. Wow. Now let me tell you how I will not cow and bow to a lesser human. A cow. Terrorist, I will crawl from under this bed. I will not beg and plead you for my life because, hey, it's my life. And you don't get to dictate its course of action. Terrorist, you won't force me into a fearful reaction. Today, either you or I shall die. And only one of us must exist because I'm ready to meet my creator. Question me, please. Are you?
It's squishing time.
Go finish your work before Kenda comes. Sasa sio saa kuona TV. Tuko na kazi na lazima tumalize.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha nikienda na napata kazi nzuri.
My sister, if you believe and you have faith and you pray, God will grant you the job.
But Pastor, sio ndio kazi yako?
Ni kucheza kidogo, kuringa kidogo, kujiachia.
Kweli nimekwambia, mume wangu ni shemeji yako. Na mwaita funwi, na mwina mumunywa. Kabandika, mimi na bandua. Ni maarifa, unalolijua.
On Magical Scenes, we bring you more of field experience and understanding. This is a tourism segment that is not limited to storytelling. One area you'd love to be anytime. It's about digging into the facts with focus. When you see mountains, we see exploration. When you see wildlife, we see compassion. It's a bit friendly. To us, the beach is an ideal tropical holiday destination. As a team, we are going that extra mile to bring you this award-winning program.
What next for the gender rule? That is the conversation that we're about to begin right here on KBC Channel 1. Good morning, Kenya. It is. My name is Samuel Njoroge. Welcome to the program. In case you're just joining us, we've had quite a blast since 6 a.m. and we're just about to get to the climax of it. Within the next 35 or so minutes, we shall be having this critical conversation around Article 81 of the Constitution. The 12th Parliament will be sworn in Thursday this week in a matter of hours. But there is a concern that it is not constitutionally constituted because it falls short of the 2/3 gender rule. And so many voices have been added to this particular concern, up and including FIDA, which has moved to court. We shall not discuss that because the matter is now in front of a court of law. But then again, what exactly do we need to do as a country to finally get this equation on the gender rule right? The 11th Parliament tried. It did not succeed. What does the 12th Parliament need to do to ensure that gender is properly embraced in Parliament when it comes to representation? What exactly needs to be done? And I've got a panel of two ladies, Dr. Juliet Kimemia and Catherine Omanyo.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Omanyo, joining me in studio this morning to discuss this particular issue. And I'll give them a bit of time, 30 seconds each, to share with us your profiles. I'd like to begin with you, Catherine.
Yeah, Catherine Omanyo vied to be an MP in Matayos constituency, Busia County. Unfortunately, I came in second. But it doesn't mean that I'm no longer a hopeful. I still want to do something, and I'm doing it already. But it's unfortunate that to be a woman in Kenya, sometimes you just you are not taken very serious first. And unfortunately, again, people think we have seats meant for women and not women struggling to get these male dominated seats. So we had so many odds that were pushing me while I was doing my campaigns, and there are things that I think as pathfinders, most women who have vied in places where it is very difficult for a woman, we are like pathfinders, and we must consistently show that if we worked with men side by side, then this nation will be moving forward faster than it is doing right now. And there will be very few corruption issues and things that just derail the society. Actually, traditions have barred so many women. Violence have made them even fear. Most of them at the moment, especially those who tried and never made it, they are like, what even sent me there? I think it is just a male world. And this kind of discrimination is what we are saying, no, we are friends, we are family, we need to hold hands and give this country a place where it deserves. Because I believe in Africa, Kenya is up there.
Exactly.
But I know with time, I think as women, as we continue making necessary noise, somebody somewhere will stop and say, we need each other.
We need each other. Dr. Kimemia, over to you, just a bit about yourself.
Okay, my name is Dr. Juliet Gadhoni Kimemia.
Yes.
I, like my friend Catherine, was in the ballot box. I ran for the Senate seat, Kiambu County. And the reason why I went or offered my candidature is to be part of the conversation towards achieving the two-thirds gender rule. Because previously we have been accused that women don't want to offer themselves, women don't want to run, women want things on a silver platter, women are this, women are that, women are this, women are that. And I said, I will run. And I got into the field. I got into that terrible terrain because it's actually very tough for women, because first of all you have to deal with seasoned politicians, men. You have to amass a lot of money because campaigns are very expensive. And number three, you have to also to contend with a lot of criticism, because every time I stood to speak to people, the first question was, why are you running for Senate? Why not women rep? That's the seat that is meant for women. So the environment is extremely unfriendly to women, but I thank God because we were able to break significant barriers. Why I am not in the Senate right now is not because I'm not qualified, but it is because I ran on a party that was not popular. After trying to seek the ticket on the popular party, but it was extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. Yes.
Juliet, you used the word difficult.
Yes.
Catherine, you used the word odds. right?
Yeah.
So let's steer the conversation towards that. Then let's share what your odds were before we get to Juliet's difficulties.
Yeah, this was not my first time to run. I did go for MP seat in 2007 first, and I was only 26 years. That time they would say, this little girl, surely, and she has no husband to start with. What will she tell us? 2013, the same, I was still single. She should, first of all, show us if she can take care of a man and children and come back and tell us about leadership. And our culture also, a woman to lead us, it is just an abomination to some men. And they would call me and tell me, listen here, you are our daughter. Please, you are embarrassing us. I'm like, how? You know, a woman sitting on us, you know, literally sitting on men, is, and like I've grown horns. And I was like, no, you are my daddies, you are my uncles. I really love you, but there's something in me that I want to really show the world that I can do better. There is something that I need to do, not just in the kitchen, not just you seeing me fetching water from the river or taking care of the children and my husband, but also leading the society. I want to be part of the solution to our problems. Let me be. Bless me. I would literally plead them. And most of my opponents, what they did was to stage manage most of the times when I'm going to speak, young people to heckle. And sometimes they would fight. And you know, as a woman, what I do is to run away, scamper and scream. Because standing there and trying to fight back was not my thing. Yes. One time I remember at Our Lady of Mercy in Busia, fights began. People were screaming. I ran. Somebody carried me like a baby. I even lost a shoe. And I had to run. I was thrown in the boot. That kind of thing, I think most women cannot just go for that. And most people use violence to scare us away, push us outside, and just pull us down. And sometimes you get Mr. Moneybags telling you, why are you even struggling? And you are beautiful. Just be my mpango wa kando, and I will nominate you. And I went through all these things and I said, no. We will not be seduced. We will not sleep with men, immoral ones, just to get seats. We have brains. Remember in school, I used to be #1 in a class that has both male and female. What does it mean? Some sixth sense in me taught me that I should not go with a man in bed to get anything. I can think smart, I can think outside the box, I can be that part of a solution our nation is striving to have, you know, and I will lead, and I believe that as long as it takes.
Yes.
Even if I keep on being #2, there is that time I'll be #1, and people will see a huge difference. So women are actually sometimes not taken very serious, unfortunately, with people who have traditions instilled in their veins. They still see us as just wives and people to serve them. And they just get scared because they think if a woman trounces a man, it is so embarrassing. So they do everything to scare women away.
Away.
Yeah.
Those were Catherine's odds. What are your difficulties, Juliet?
My main difficulty was acceptability as a politician. Every person, including close family members, tell them, I want to run, because for sure we are required to run for these seats.
Yes.
And I know I can get votes. And the first thing is, no. Utawezana na, of course, the incumbent, because there's the branding that the incumbent has, all it takes. Of course, any incumbent will not just allow you to had very serious machinery, and that was difficulty #1. #2, on such a senior obvious precision. County has 12 million registered voters. So every person, you know, money. Easy to guns. To give us a to need to the connotations and just want to say hello. So, I mean, 60 was very like
the women representatives made it and who did not asked why not
affirmative action, because a nation that does not embrace working along, women represent, came in there to if you want to. So many people in the village, male, that woman is this, would come to me and say, in the morning, you know, challenge. Also, that there are seats, people there, and get these seats, you know, rightful. They should repeal that section to allow. Hardly made it. I used to cry out there, and people, for you to sit, yes, and then you are in your and people think this girl is very strong. Again, the party is to choose any woman, a person you would love to work with here is this one who has started the journey, not that one sitting somewhere in the bedroom just saying my daddy, my uncle was. Fight for women candidates who have gone out there and men and hardly did not make it. Exactly. Such women, when they go to parliament soon and they get sworn in, to think about those women. And when they're adjusting a few things in the constitution to allow more women, they should go first for a woman who fought and did not make it.
The Supreme Court, I think it was in 2014, 15, yeah, it gave an advisory on this particular issue, the implementation of the 2/3 gender rule. And among the things the court ruled, or the advisory it gave, is that it has got to be progressive. What's your understanding of progression, Juliet?
The High Court ruling was actually in 2012, just before the 2013
although there was another
elections.
By the Supreme
Court.
That's
the one that gave Parliament a timeline by which they should have come up with a mechanism. The timeline was given to August 2015. And between the advisory and 2015, a lot of activities went around the two-thirds. There was a technical working group that was convened by the AG and the Gender Commission, and Parliament also was working on the mechanism, and several proposals were presented before the House by the likes of Chepkonga, the likes of Duale, the likes of Agostino Neto. They all came up with various proposals towards achieving the two-thirds gender rule. But what carried the day and looked easier to implement was what was passed by Duale. And that was looking at applying the formula that works at the county assembly to the National Assembly and the Senate. And that is the formula of top-up. And that is what right now the issue is, that Parliament should have 117 women. It doesn't matter whether it is going to be bloated or not. That is the proposal that is on the floor of the House, and that is the most appropriate proposal towards achieving the two-thirds gender rule. Nevertheless, there was the issue also of the women rep seats. The spirit behind the creation of that particular seat was an opportunity given to women, specifically because our parliament is largely dominated by men, an opportunity to give them space in the National Assembly, 5 years, that will help them run in the single constituencies and get elected. So, and we saw many of them not defending their seats and running in the constituencies. Also, that's the same spirit behind the nomination. We saw very many of the nominated MPs, senators, and even MCAs trying to run. All this was towards achieving the two-thirds gender rule. But unfortunately, I think it's only like 5% of those who were in the various houses made it to be elected. The likes of Martha Wangari in Gilgil. We have an MCA in Kiambu called Jacqueline, who was a nominated MCA. We have an MP in Kiambu still, Katundu North, Wanjiko Kibe. She was a nominated MCA. And from that experience, I think there is very serious need for revision of the strategies towards achieving the two-thirds gender rule. And like my friend is ably putting it here, the strategy that needs to be tried right now is the issue of creating space for women candidates, women who have run but didn't make it, to be the first to be considered for nomination, because the previous or the law that is in place right now like bars somebody who has been at the ballot box from being nominated. And that's why probably it didn't work. Yes, because people who are nominated are not necessarily politically wired.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so it begs the question, what needs
should be more than the other. It should just happen. I want if possible, pop up a little. The president said they should. Some of us should be make sure that in future of other ways, and they have. I have a friend whose husband has, and the man thought, you are serve. We are so to make sure it's so ready, because losing a very strong or 3 months terminated there and
salary.
Yeah. Before the elections, be in the provision that is a lot. It is very extreme. Achieve the two-thirds gender rule. If we want a county where last year we had, or the last members where we are at. So, that issue of is like in Kiambu, we had 98. As good as elected. So many women expressed their interest. They went, the roughness, like psychological and emotional. The proposal is that the dominant radical, like to do
needs to do. Receiving feedback here that is a bit interesting, and I'd like us, even as we bring the question of women is not cast on stone. It will in time ultimately be scrapped with time. Reason, it's not that refused to vote for fellow women. It was possible in all the balance at college. Why then don't? That is the question. With frustration, the odds as a country, and entirely. What's your take on?
People have easier said than done. Or think if they like for things to be headed to, and people that will be at this thing, but many other minor, to be included. The government dockets, they'll do something in 2030, and as a president, he's too must go according to standard in order. Otherwise, propose is the dominant political parties to as the powers to just issue the come ballot who are political parties and the powers to reject the 2/3 gender threat easily. And this believe should know, and so if it is act an amendment to so that they then will be able to achieve this. It will happen in to spend women. It is should that will on what exact to not even aware that they only look at people who give them money.
Thank you for watching the show this morning.
Go finish your work before Kenda comes. Sasa sasa kuona TV. Tuko na kazi na lazima tumalize.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha nikienda na napata kazi nzuri.
My sister, if you believe and you have faith and you pray, God will grant you the job.
But Pastor, sio ndio kazi yako?
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, don't you know I'm in need of you?
Yeah man, the way it is hapa ndani ya The River hapa KBC Channel1 pamoja na KBC Radio Taifa. DJ Stan anafanya mambo ya watu wakubwa, manake this is a big people show, you know? You don't know. Big people show, we play big people music for the big people them watching at home na wale pia wanasikiza kwenye radio.
Kwenye Twitter @KBC Channel1 na @KBC Radio Taifa, na pia kwenye Facebook KBC Channel1 ama KBC Radio Taifa 92.9 FM sauti ya Mkenya.
Azema ulituona? Hiyo ni kazi yako ama ni kazi ya CCTV?
Ulionekana kwa CCTV na mimi nikawaona kwa macho.
Si ungewacha CCTV tuseme.
Wewe kwanza utakuota na mawe.
Uko na maswali? Siwezi kuwa na swali lingine kwa mtu kama huyo mimi. Ama tuende
Wacha kuja kelele kwa koti yangu wewe.
No, naongeanga hivyo mheshimiwa. Sasa unataka niongee ache? Nilikwambia pesa nimepeana kwa chama. Hii ndio chama. Vizuri, tuendelee mheshimiwa.
Wakishona askari washaanza kumpatia askari pesa na askari hajaonyesha pesa yoyote. Hiyo ndio tabia yenu, lakini askari huwa anakataa.
without you, but I'm flutter. You thought that I'd be stressed without you, but I'm chilling. You thought I not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work. I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. Keep on surviving, but I couldn't breathe without you. I'm in heaven, you thought I could. Without you, but I'm living. Thought that I was. You won't stop. Thought that I was self-destruct. I'm survivor. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna make. I'm not gonna give up. I will survive. Wishing you the on the radio. I'm better than that. I'm not gonna lie, you and your family. I'm better than that. I'm not gonna hate it. 'Cause my mama told me better than that. I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor. If I surround myself with positive, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna survive. Keep on surviving. I'm gonna work harder. I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor.
Guess who's back? Hello, friend. Now everyone. Noise out of control. The center of the dance floor. Who'd hear it? Give a heard you let one. Just oh baby. Monday, I don't know what day. Top down in my blood. I don't mean to sound like spit on your thoughts, your mind. I'm gonna make you girl, you know you're and I'm locked up, I'm in jail. Well, I'm sorry, what you want to step back. Make it right. calling all season, it's the season. Yeah, boy, shake. Oh baby, baby. I mean, girl, just touch my. Up in the headphones. Yeah, if you feeling like a shoulders off. Shoulders probably over to y'all. Probably be no remorse. Feeling like my hand was. I mean, from the bleed. Be hating. Came from the bottom, Again, I'm out. You gotta get back, turn up your shoulder. In the kitchen with soda. Cards went out, I'm through dealing. Cards roll out, remove ceiling. FC on the sleeve. Like a pimp, gone brush your shoulders. Baby, don't forget that boy told you. Turn up your shoulder, you. Turn up your shoulder, do some. To them letters, no one told me, dude, finish your breath. The jewels in the neck. Movie directors. That rapper alive.
So tight. You got me lifted, shifted higher than lifted, feeling so ooey, for real though. Feeling so gifted, sugar, how you get so fly?
Blowing up. Hydro with marijuana.
It's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly?
Girl, you keep it so fly. You know it's together when we ride, wood grain and raw. Fly with
such a sweet honey bun. So high. So high, like I'm
start it. I know what this is. Go at the top. Let it smile on the rocks if they call no gold. I'm changing grills.